Actually, we Actually, we have known each other since he came to Japan as a PhD student more than 20 years ago. And now we are working together in Tohoku University. Okay, the title of his presentation is Digital Transformation, DX in Educational Settings. Dr. Hong, please start in your good time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Hiroshi, my big brother. Thank you for your kind introduction. So let me share my screen now. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so
yes,
my
no
name is Guang from Tohoku University, Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about the digital transformation, DX, in educational settings. Because we don't have enough experience in the DX in education setting, but today I would like to talk about what's going on in our university, our school, and what is the main trend in the digital transformation in educational settings. At first, I'd like to say thank you very much, Professor Allen, to invite me, give me this opportunity to share my knowledge with our many familiar faces, my friend in here. And also thank you, Professor Allen, for your initiative to bring this very timely topics in dental educations. So my name is Guang. I've got the PhD degree in Hiroshima University in 2003, like Professor Egusa said, it's more than 20 years ago. And after that, I become the staff in Hiroshima, and also in 2009, I moved into the Tohoku University as the assistant professors. From this year, I become assistant dean of global engagement, and also I am a director of the international exchange office, and also promotion office for inter-university exchange project. Before my talk, please allow me to introduce my university briefly. Tohoku University is founded in the 1907, is third imperial university after Tokyo University and the Kyoto University. Also, is the third biggest national university. But in Tokyo and Kyoto, they didn't have a dental school, so only us, Tohoku University, have a dental school. We have a major campus, 5 major campuses in Sendai, and also we have 10 undergraduate schools and 18 graduate schools. So now the student number is around 17,000 students in 2021. We're also very keen for the international exchange. So the agreement on the university level is more than 250 institutions. And also agreement for the faculty level is more than 480. And also, fortunately, this year, the Thai higher education ranking, Tohoku University ranked in the first place in Japan. This is from 2009. This is the 3 years. Tohoku University is very have a 3 principle. It's very unique principle. Research first, open door, and practice-oriented research and educations. So for the research first, you know, these very famous professors, Professor Einstein, he visited Tohoku University in 1922. In that time, Professor said that the Sendai is the most suitable city for academic research. It's meant the Sendai city is a boring city. And he said that it's a faithful competition partner is Tohoku University. For the open doors, Tohoku University is the first university to accept the female student as the university student from the 1913s, because from 1868 to 1912 is the westernization in Japan. We call that the Meiji period. So our thinking way or our mind is changed from the old style. And also the Tohoku University is the first university to accept the international student, like indicated in this slide. Dr. Chen was the first international student to earn a doctorate degree in science from Japanese university, and Dr. Hsu is the second one. And also maybe the Chinese or Taiwanese person can know well about this big guy, Mr. Lu Xun. He is a giant leader in China. He also studied at the Sendai Medical College. Currently is the Tohoku University School of Medicine from 1904 to 1906. It means Tohoku University always open door to global cooperations. And for the practice-oriented research and education, many products developed by Tohoku University, like Yagi antenna, is lead to the development of the laser technology. It's developed Professor Yagi, and also Professor Nishizawa, former president of Tohoku University. He also developed the optical communication technology. This technology also lead to development of the LED technology, also like USB flash memory or magnetic recording system, also developed by Tohoku University. So it's mean Tohoku University greatly influenced to the forming of the modern information technology society. And our school, Graduate School of Dentistry, founded in the 1965. It's a little bit young faculty. We located in the Salo campus. Every day we can accept 53 undergraduate students. And also we have a PhD course. Every year we can accept the 42, and the master course is 6. And the faculty member is around the 120. But just I told you before, in Tokyo University and the Kyoto University, they didn't have a school of dentistry, only Tohoku. So our mission is to lead dental research and education in Japan and also in the world. So when we think about the position of dentistry or dental medicine in science, I think everybody knows that dentistry is applied science. We should contribute to the human health and also human cure. But when we doing some research work, because as the discipline of the science, dentistry should have a collaboration with the different field people like medicine, bioscience, technology, or material science, and so on. So it means the interdisciplinary collaboration is necessary for dental science and also dental medicine. And also we know that in dental school, we have a hospital, we have a dental practice. So it means that we know that the clinical needs. And also we have a research facilities, so we can have doing some basic research. So the Graduate School of Dentistry can contact to the translational research. It's our advantage. And also the dental school can have some chance to doing the industry collaboration or government collaboration. So it's kind of the interface for our school. So advantage of dentistry in a comparison university is kind of this. So this is a originality for the dentistry as the discipline, and also it's a universality of the dentistry. So based on the interdisciplinary alliance, we should earn the essential qualification to lead the survival of dentistry as the discipline of the science, survival of the dental school in a comprehensive university. So based on this concept, we proposed a new concept in the oral health science. We call the interface oral health science, IOHS, since 2002. As you know, in our mouth, we have a parasite and biomaterials and also some tissues, teeth, mucosa or bone or muscle, something like that. So each part, they have an interface. So when this interface have some problem, like for example, between the teeth and the parasite, if this interface clogged, we can take the caries or some different disease. So keep this healthy function is very important for our oral functions. And also we have an interface between our mouth and our whole bodies, and also our body with the society. So it means the healthy oral function is achieved by the biological and the biomechanical harmonization of the interfaces between the host tissue, parasite, and the biomaterials. So it's kind of the originality and the universality of our dentistry. So, sorry, from 2002, our education and also our research, all of the education and the research based on this concept, interface or health science. So when we think about the priority effort to advancing the dental education and the research, I think that we should think about these 3 points. One is the interdisciplinary alliance for conducting unique and also practical education and the research. Second one is the industry academia collaboration for innovation of dentistry and also cultivation of human resource. The third point is the international academic collaborations as an equal partnership for the globalization of dentistry. I think that this point meet the current demand of the world-leading universities. And fortunately, last year, in 2021, we accepted by Japanese Ministry of Education, multimodal global leaders development through Asian Model Dentistry Consortium was accepted by next project. This project is the collaboration with the China, Korea, Thailand, and Indonesia universities like Peking University, Sichuan University, and the Seoul National University, Yonsei University, and Chulalongkorn and the Indonesia University to promote student exchange and also promote the joint education program to realize the global leader development. So this project focus on the 3 kind of the programs. One is the global mobility promotion, this kind of the short-term exchange program in the undergraduate level and also in the graduate level. And the second one is the global leader incubation. It's mainly focused on the double degree program with the Japan, China, Korea, and Thailand, Indonesia. And finally, we promote developed our multimodal global leaders through these programs. So this is our global cooperation network. We have a lot of the sister school and also several kind of the exchange program is focused on the development of the global leaders and also realize the life innovations through the dentistry. So the Hoku University always open doors in the international student. So when we, because the dental education is focused on the professionalism, because we should develop the professional in dentistry, so we should know how to teach them to become the professional. So foundational knowledge and meta knowledge, humanistic knowledge, and advanced knowledge is necessary for them. We should be using this circle to educate student and develop the student. As you know, dental education, we have 3 main part: lecture and the sim lab and the clinical skill training. So for them, we should teach them and also evaluate them. But the problem is the who and the how to teach. Who will teach them? And the teaching method, this need to standardization or some evaluation method. So we should solve this problem to unify the education program. But unfortunately, as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has a very big effect to our dental education activities. So many dental school is close to the face-to-face lecture and also clinical training. From our research, based on the ADEAP support, we conduct this research, innovation of dental education during the COVID-19 pandemic. This paper already published in the Journal of Dental Science. It's ranked to the top 1%, and the FWCI is also more than 80s. In this paper, we know that most of the school in Asia and the Pacific region, they closed the face-to-face lecture during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, and also stopped the student clinic. But as you know, in basic education, it's very easily to conduct the online lecture through using our IT technology. So for example, in Tohoku University, even the pandemic situation, our basic education still continue using our online platform like Google Meet, Zoom, or Skype, or something like that. But for clinical education, it's very difficult to conduct online fully. So the student clinic is also closed. And in the beginning, we just conduct this education using the online case conference or online case assessment or some review of the article. But it's not enough for the student educations. This is some example. We send this picture to the student, let them to discuss how to manage, how to treat this patient. And also some software is developed by our staffs, dental diagnosis simulation software. Student can use this software to doing some clinical training, but also it's based on the online. So we think about how the online learning affect to the dental educations. So also it's a collaboration with the ADEAP. So this paper already published in the Journal of Dental Science, also top 5% article. FWCI also is more than 7.7 point. So in this study, we found that most of the school also conduct the online learning during this pandemic situation, and also student is very have a very significant higher in the student, or more than 80.3% from the dental school that did not suspend face-to-face education activity than the student from the dental school was shut down. However, the most important thing is to ensure the quality of education in order to meet the minimum requirement of the university and also national accreditation problem. So we should thinking about how to keep our quality in the education, even we using the online systems. But as you know, the lecture part is very easily to contact the online or some digital issue. However, specific equipment and also physical conditions are required for the dental education's face-to-face treatment, because we should doing some clinical training. Also, the patient treatment is need the face-to-face environment. So therefore, in dentistry, it's impossible to conduct all of the education and the clinical treatment by online. So we should think about that. And in our school, just the last year, we published one paper. It's the focus on how to continue clinical training during this pandemic situations. In this study, we using the robot. This is developed by a Japanese company. We using the robot to check this system is useful or not using some international student. And from this paper, the research showed that this system we call the Simuloid is very useful in clinical training, but especially it's the preclinical training. So we think that this kind of the technology, like IT or some new technology, can use for the clinical training education or some pre-clinical training education. So this simulation system is very important in the dental educations. And also, I think that everybody know, especially from Taiwan, that this machine is developed from Kaohsiung Medical University, SIMX. It's a simulation education and evaluation system. We also using this system to check the usefulness this system in the dental educations. This system is combined to 3 systems. It's one is the tracking unit, and the second one is handpiece, and the third one is jaw model with the position sensors. So from this survey, this is unpublished data, and also, sorry, some part is by Chinese. Most of the staff and also most of the students is very, they said, very useful for clinical training. So I think that this kind of the digital issue is very useful for the dental educations. And also, as you know, in now, the 3D printing or 3D scanner or CAD/CAM is already used to our clinical situations. So dentistry, actually dentistry is very keen and very familiar with the digital technologies. And also, you know, the like a VR or AR system can use the our future training systems. But the problem is that we cannot just only contact or combine these several systems. This is not the digital transformation, because the digital transformation is a totally different digitalizations. Because digital transformation is the meaning is the adoption of the digital technology by an organization. But the important issue is the common goal for digital transformation is implementation to improve efficiency, value, or innovation. So it's very important for the DX. But digitalization is, I think that everyone knows very well, that just the proceed the converting analog information into the digital. This is the digitalization, but the digital transformation is totally different. So we should focus on the implementation to improve efficiency, value, or innovations. So for the DX trend in the educational setting, the top 6 trend is like this. First one is the AR, VR, or MR technology. And also second one is the classroom set of devices. And also we should lead the designated learning space. And also AI technology also is a very important trend. And also personalized learning and gamifications. So I think that everybody know very well AR and VR as some of the technology already using or try to using to the dental treatment or some clinical training systems. And the classroom set device also is because the school are moving away from the BYOD, bring your own device. So we should set like one classroom with the device. The student can join this classroom to attend some clinical training program or some education program. Also, we should redesignate learning space because the big classroom is necessary for the future demand. We should reforming this space, and also AI is very new. We using this kind of technology in the education and the personalizing learning and the gamification. But the important thing is in this 6th trend, we need to have added these 2 kind of the important issue. One is the security, another one is the big data. So security and the big data should support this digital transformation trend. Is a very important issue. So when we think the dental education, DX for the dental education, maybe this is just an idea for the DX in the dental education. Maybe we can make like a cloud classroom, include the AI system, and we can have a lecture online, but the lecture efficiency we should analyze by the AI or some different technologies. And also clinical skill training program can add it this classroom. A student can attend this clinical skill program from anywhere and anytime. And also the SimLab course also can include this education system. But we should think about the gamification, because now the young person is totally different from the 20 or 30 years the education system. It's very keen to gaming. So to do during this game activity, they can improve or they can think about what is the next goal or something like that. And also VR, AR technology is important using for this DX trend and the personalized learning. And also we should divide the education system, equate education system, not equality, because even the same class student, they have a different the thinking way and also different the level. So we should this kind of the personal learning. So, sorry. So this is a demand of the DX for the dental educations. So to the next step for the new normal society, we should change the education model to the suit for different situation. This is our chance, and also we should find what kind of the tool or what kind of the technology is useful for the clinical skill training. This kind of the needs. So, but in my mind, that the new normal is not mean the quite new normal. New normal should be the based on the normal. We should add new things in the normal. So this is mean the new normal. So education also is the same. So find the right direction by trial and error is very important. So I think maybe DX would be a best way to facing new normal society for the dental educations. So message at end, we are facing to a very tough environment surrounding the dentistry, and not only our school, not only in Japan, but also in the world. So we should try our best to endeavor to change the paradigm in dentistry with the DX and the GI, global and interdisciplinary scope, in order to make the dentistry a better place. Okay, this is a Sendai city. We have a very beautiful season, spring, summer, autumn, and the winter. But unfortunately, the COVID situation cannot realize our face-to-face conversation. So I hope this pandemic finishes soon. We can have the in-person meeting soon in Sendai. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Hong, for your informative presentation. And we learned a lot from your lecture about the importance of the educational paradigm shift from the point of view of DX to create new values, not only a digitalization, and also GI, global and interdisciplinary is also important to achieve it. Okay, thank you very much. Now the session is running a little bit behind schedule, so I think questions and comments will be received at the end of the morning sessions and the panel discussion. Okay, thank you again, Professor Hong, for your wonderful presentation. Let's give Professor Hong a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone.
Okay, let's move to the next speaker. I'd like to welcome Professor Cheng-Chieh Yang from School of Dentistry, National Yanmin University. Professor Cheng-Chieh Yang, could you?
Yes, yes, Professor Egusa, can you hear me?
Sure. Oh,
okay. Let me share my slide first.
Okay, so he's a director of Department of Dentistry, and his presentation today is Conventional versus Future, Improves the Big Health of Dentistry via the Progress of Modern ICT. So Dr. Yang, please start when you're ready.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for Professor Xu's invitation for give the talk, and also thanks for Dr. Egusa's kindly introduction. I'm currently the chairman of the School of Dentistry, the Department of Dentistry, and the National Yanmin Jiao Tong University. So today I will give a talk related to the how to use the modern ICT technology to promote the dentistry or medicine progress. And I will give view from the conventional and the future application. So started from last year, I think it's February, and we merged from two schools to one school. One is National Yangming University in Yangming campus, and the other is National Jiaotong University in Hsinchu. So the Jiaotong University originally focused very much on technology, that field. And our Yangming University focused on medicine. So when we merge together, we have a lot of interaction between these two campuses. So we started to think about how can we use the advantages of two campuses to become a wonderful university. So that's why I give the title of the using modern ICT technology to promote the medicine. Okay, so if we talk about the technology of ICT, the ICT has dramatically changes the way we think, we work, we communicate, we learn, even we live. So sometimes the researchers, or we can call it the fourth industrial revolution. So if we talk about ICT, actually they are composed of two parts. One is information technology. The other is communication technology. So if we list the components of ICT, it is still a growing list, but at least there are these 7 components we can mention usually. The most biggest part is the last one, the application one of all the other 6 components. So basically, it is a growing list and composed of these 6 to 7 components, and the application is the most largest one. So basically, the structure of ICT is composed of this internet-enabled sphere, and also as well as other mobile devices that are connected with the wireless network. So if we dissect it more detailedly, that all this device or gadget that has been used or under development can list here clearly. So if we talked about the ICT to use in the future in hospital or the medicine, we have to review that our modern hospital system. That our modern hospital system established in about the 18th to 19th centuries, and after that, we use the clinical data to connect the different departments in the hospital, or the outpatient clinics, or even some public health organizations, and even the bill payers. And we use this clinical data to do the treatment, the research, or even to improve the population health. But when all this data generated from this department, when they put it into the central database, it has to be modified to some standardized form. Otherwise, it cannot be used for future use, future application. So every department contributed to this data deposition. They have to modify this data into some standardized form. So if we look at the very conventional type of hospital, we know that the clinical data usually are the very physical form, like this real X-ray films or the paper form medical chart. And at that time, this information or this data was circulated between every department for the clinical doctor or medical staff to use to do the treatment for the patient. And the doctors give the treatments scattered between different buildings, different departments using this real medical information or data. So when the doctor conduct the treatment, actually all the data was integrated by doctors, the human intelligence. So then the medical data become digitalized or electronic form, take the electronic form. And under that situation, this kind of information or medical data can be circulated within an internal network, only within a hospital, or that cannot be exchanged between hospitals because the data form and the structure is different among different hospitals. But at least at this time, we don't need to depend on human staff to do the circulation of all this information, this medical data. But we are still far from a smart healthcare system. If we divided the patients into their time into 3 stages: before visit or in hospital to receive treatment, and after treatment when they return to the community for after the treatment for holistic health care in community. Among these 3 stages, we can see that for many this information, this clinical data, they are beyond our handle because the data is too huge or too complex, or even we do not have the tool to access their condition when they return, when they are outside the hospital. And when they are in hospital, for some of this listed condition, we do not have access to evaluate that. So we are still far from so-called the smart healthcare. So we can say that for this electronic medical record system, if we can improve it, actually we are more close to a so-called smart healthcare system. If we aided the clinical data outside the hospital, it becomes more complex and beyond the ability for human to handle. So before we can use that complex data for smart health care, we still have some challenge ahead we need to overcome. For example, for the data management, the data response time and the cost, and also the data is too big, beyond our handling. This is we need to overcome this. And the other one is talk about the interoperability. It means that the data form, the structure is totally different among hospitals. So there is no gold standard form yet for this medical data to use. So if this data can be made structured and standardized, this data can be further integrated or innovated by the new AI technology. And so under this condition, we may have a we may open the door to the ideal, the healthcare system, smart healthcare system. Under that condition, the data can be integrated and also managed by AI and also the human intelligence to do the treatment. So after the data can be used, we can do the treatment on real patients based on real data and do the real follow-up. But at the same time, we still can build up, use all those data to build up the so-called the virtual hospital based on all this data. But that data can be have some identification, but anonymation without name on them. So the privacy can be protected. But this after this virtual hospital being established, all this data set can be go online, go to cloud, go to internet, and the limitation of the application was relieved. So the application become unlimited in the future. But when the patient they were discharged from the hospital, how can we continue to monitor the patient's health and their physical condition to promote their health continuously in the long run? So a new technology called IoT. This IoT technology is Internet of Things, this name. So let me give you a brief, simple example. For example, at a farm that we can monitor every single animal by their neck collar, and their neck collar has some sensor, and this sensor can give us signals into nearby the internet. And when they go to internet, they can go to some application on your cell phone. So you can monitor every single animal on this large farm. So basically, the structure of Internet of Things, this IoT, they have a perception layer, they have a sensor, and go to the online network, and we can do the application. So the IoT, the application has been used widely in every aspect of our daily life, like a transport, the community, to build a smart factory, smart home, smart environment, smart energy use. Everything is smart. And also in the medical hospital, we can use this IoT to do some monitor of the patient's condition. And this condition can be collected by the AI system. So the IoT aid AI, they become AIoT. So this AIoT can give the a better information, the integrated one, to the medical staff to do the treatment, to do the monitoring. So that can give us a very good tool, a novel tool to monitor the patient's condition, even they are away from hospital, they go to the community, but we can still continue to promote their health. So we can ask the manufacturers to embed some sensors or some chips into every device involved in the medical treatment. So this sensor can actually monitor the body temperature or blood pressure or heart rate, even the blood sugar. Okay, and after that, they connected to some internet nearby and they go to the cloud for future application. So when we talk about the IoTs, actually, we can monitor everything and go to this kind of technology, the wearable body network. Okay, this network can go to a nearby internet and do the medical use. But if everything will go to the internet and go to a very huge cloud far away. So this system, of course, is potentially very powerful, but the transmit is too long, so it causes some lag. For some medical emergency condition, this is not feasible. So the nearby, they call it the fog. The cloud is far away, but the fog is more nearby. So we can transmit to this nearby fog internet system and do some calculation, do some computing, and return back to immediate use, immediate application. So this sensor can transmit a fog layer, and if they need immediate response, they transfer back. But at the same time, they can transfer to a far away but powerful cloud system. And at this cloud system, they can do more complicated research or analysis and do some software application to other physician far away or caregiver to do the emergency policy making. Okay, so that gives you some examples for in recent when we interact with the Jiaotong campus, the collaboration between us and the other physicians, we have a think about some aspect to use. So one thing is from university in the US, they started to think, especially under this COVID-19 status, the global COVID-19 pandemic, how can we monitor flu status, the prevalence around an area or a large national area? They started to think about this, and they give a very smart way that they use a thermometer that have some IoT chip or sensor implanted in this thermosen. So when the thermometer detected higher temperatures of some individuals, it will give some signals into a global system. So you can see where is the most prevalent of the flu season. So this is a very smart and good application. The other one is how do we know that there is some hospital in rural area, or in Taiwan we have in what area the hospital have some Da Vinci the surgical systems. So we can use also some app to monitor that and distribute the patients among this hospital. So in the old day, we have this kind of CDC circulating movable chest X-ray inspection to detect the TB. Currently, we still have. So we can use this detector to send signal that in what area the TB is still a major or important diseases around that area. And we can also use this concept that we use this mobile car to do the panel screening and use the AI technology, and we can detect every tooth. And this tooth, we can get a nationwide, the decay mission feeding tooth index globally. So your government will have a very clear pictures of the DNMT index around your country. And as an oral maxillary surgeon, how the serritis or some suspicious lesion, what is the time to transfer? And also, what is the lesion? Is dangerous or not? We can use this system to give a suggestion. So in the integrate a powerful app with AI implanted in it. We can integrate all the system, all the doctor, all the medical staff at the hospital into it, and give the service and all the holistic patient care among the using only a smartphone. So the patient can access that. Your doctor also can access that. And for remote area, we can do the telemedicine application to use this the same app that also can do the online medical consultation or emergency management. At the appropriate time or in emergency status, we can make a phone call directly to the hospital to do the emergency treatment. So I think the ICT is the key to future smart healthcare system. And we can use it started from this, what we just say, the ICT composed of the data, structurized, standardized data, and IoG, AIoG, and 5G speedy internet connection. So we can achieve that smart healthcare in the future. So hopefully we can see it very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yang, for your wonderful presentation. I've really enjoyed listening to your lecture. So we learned a lot about the current advancement of ICT, including IoT, also its application to the dental field, which is not a prediction of the future, but that already shows the bright future we should create. Okay, now I'm afraid that time is limited and the questions and the comments will be received at the panel discussion. Thank you again, Professor Yang, for your wonderful presentation. So let's give Professor Yang a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the time is close to the first session, and through this session, I hope we will shift our mindset to recognize that the new normal in dentistry actually now provides a chance to create and accelerate a new paradigm through DX using AI and modern ICT. I'd like to give a big round of applause to Professor Guang, Hoang, and Professor Cheng-Chieh. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to close this session and I give a microphone to the next moderator, Ma.Cristina Garcia. Please take your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Hiroshi Egusa. Good day to everyone. Providing the best patient care and safety are two of the most important goals of the healthcare system. This commences during the education and training of medicine, dentistry, and other allied health students who will later become clinicians and eventually specialists. The use of artificial intelligence and virtual reality and also augmented reality can help the educators deliver transformative learning experiences by increasing student engagement and motivation through their interaction with essential virtual elements in various case scenarios, which is the same as in the real world. AI and extended reality allow students and doctors to practice and develop their skills in performing complex procedures where they can deliver predictable and safe treatment outcomes. Precision surgery using robotics that can be controlled by surgeons' hands, for example. Relaxation and anxiety control is also made possible. Patient education and informed decision-making are some of the important features that can be effectively carried out by these technologies. In the increase in the mobilization brought about by globalization, enhance the faculty members and postgraduate students of different universities experienced AI and extended reality in various academic and clinical settings that led to the appreciation of the impact of such technologies. Concerted efforts of various residency programs and even private clinical practice integrating virtual and augmented technologies has already begun several years ago here in the Philippines. For this session, Assistant Professor Wang Dinghan will enlighten us with the application of mobile extended technology. However, while we recognize the role of AI and extended reality technology, especially in medicine and dental education, health and research, third world countries like ours in the Philippines at present has limitations in adopting these technologies has because of its cost or lack of funding, taking into consideration that only one out of 30 universities offering undergraduate program is government funded and the rest are private institutions. This is just a glimpse of Dean Eric's Alforja's presentation this morning. But with the leadership and support of the Association of Dental Education in Asia Pacific, or ADIAP, and its member institutions, I am confident that we will be able to face what seems to be a formidable challenge towards paradigm shift in medicine and dentistry education and healthcare here in the Philippines. This can be possible through collaborative efforts, consortium, and concession with industry partners. I would like to thank ADIAP through the leadership of its president, the distinguished Professor Dean Allen Hsu, whom we always consider as our big brother, and of course, its officers who organize this forum. To the esteemed Professor Samaranayake, Director and Chief Dental Health Officer Dr. Yang Ming Chang, and well-respected speakers, moderators, colleagues, and friends, a warm mabuhay greetings to all of you. For this second session, our first speaker is Dean Eric G. Alforja, who is the current head of the College of Dentistry, University of Perpetual Health System, DALTA, in Las Piñas City, Philippines. He is also the Vice President of the Philippine Association of Dental Colleges, Council of Deans. So he will be presenting to us his research entitled Integration of Augmented Reality, Virtual Reality in Philippine Dental Education. Friends, let us give a round of applause to Dean Eric G. Alforja.
Thank you very much, Dean Chris Garcia, for that introduction. I think it will make my presentation easier this morning. So may I share my screen? Forward. Okay, let me present to you our paper in which my colleague, Dr. Brian, is the main proponent of this paper. Um, he is our faculty member also of the College of Dentistry. So the title of our paper is Integration of Augmented Reality, Virtual Reality in Philippine Dental Education. So for our abstract, augmented reality and virtual reality has been a fundamental education tool for over 2 decades, though this has been properly integrated already in dental curriculum of most first world and some second world countries. This remains underexplored in the majority of third world countries. The primary goal of this investigation is to determine the readiness, perception, and attitude of Filipino dental students and dental educators on the integration of augmented reality and virtual reality in the local dental curriculum. It's not. I have trouble. Okay. There were several articles from 2015 to 2022 that was used to support the study of implementation of digital technologies using AR and VR devices in education, but not in dental education in the Philippines. But despite the overwhelming positive effect of AR/VR technologies in dental education, its integration and amidst the third world countries remain underexplored. And aside from the fact that third world countries lies between, in terms of any kind of technologies, third world countries also has limited access and experience in terms of AR/VR technologies in dental education. However, understanding the preparedness, perception, and attitude of the stakeholders in the third world countries' educational system, the adoption of AR/VR technology in the Philippines may open significant opportunities that can be explored to further develop its implementation in dental education. The general objective of this study was to determine the degree of preparedness, attitude, and perception of the dentistry students and instructors to AR/VR integration in dental education. The methodology comprised the quantitative research where a self-made questionnaire to determine the degree of preparedness, attitude, and perception on the implementation of AR/VR in dental education, in which a total of 298 students and instructors participated in this survey. This was the Likert scale used by the authors, in which we have the from number 1 is very poor and number 5 is excellent. In terms of demographics, a total of 298 students and instructors participated in the survey, and out of 26 dental schools who received the questionnaire, only 16 schools participated with in a survey of 298 respondents comprising of 265 students and faculty members. In terms of primary device use, these are the findings that we gathered. Majority of or 58.72% are using laptop as their primary gadget for online education, while 29.53% use smartphones, 6.71% use tablet, and 5.03% use personal computer. Well, this result is congruent with the findings of Ferreira 2021, wherein they mentioned that the use of laptops and smartphones significantly and other gadgets depend on the desktop computers. With these demographics, if AR/VR will be integrated in the local dental curriculum, the software for this should be made compatible to smartphones and other gadgets to ensure that all students and faculty can access this application. In terms of internet connection, majority or 63.08% are subscriber of the fiber internet connection, 21.8% to broadband, and 15.10% to DSL. This means that Manila Bulletin 2021 stated that latest cloud-based application demand for a high-speed internet and requires a high and sophisticated bandwidth in order to operate smoothly. Fiber-based internet are capable of transmitting a bandwidth greater than what broadband and DSL can offer. Well, this means that 36.92% of the respondents can access the cloud-based on AR/VR platform. On internet subscription, majority or 172 out of 298 respondents has an internet subscriber, while the remaining are postpaid internet subscriber. It was also revealed that the speed of the prepaid internet connection is somehow slow as compared to the speed of the postpaid subscriber. In terms of attitude, perception, and preparedness, these are the indicators that was used during the study. Understanding the topic presented using AR/VR, hand skills enhancement using AR/VR. AR/VR simulation makes learning interesting. AR/VR significantly develop competency and confidence. AR/VR as accessible, effective, and efficient learning materials. AR/VR improves student engagement. AR/VR improves student-teacher collaboration. AR/VR as a safe and efficient training workplace. AR/VR can be applied in all levels of dental education, and AR/VR are compatible with any learning devices. The overall preparedness of the respondents to AR/VR integration to dental education is 3.73, which is verbally interpreted as moderately prepared. However, the perception and attitude scored 4.18 and are both verbally interpreted also as good. The degree of preparedness and perception and attitude of students and faculty members were also tested separately, and was noted that the preparedness of the student on AR/VR integration to dental education scored 3 something, which is higher than the faculty score, which is 3.46, though both are interpreted as moderately prepared. In terms of perception of students, it's 4.16. Faculty members scored 4.34, which means that faculty has better perception on AR/VR in dental education than the students. In terms of attitude, the scores are 0.22 and 4.36 for student, respectively. This means that the faculty members has better attitude on this aspect, and these findings are aligned with the conclusion of Noguera and Siracaya and Kakmak in 2018 that the students and teacher has a higher attitude towards augmented reality. Well, this shows a significant difference on the analysis of variant between respondents' degree of preparedness, perception, and attitude, and integration of AR/VR to dental education. I'll not explain that further. On the test of difference between the groups on degree of preparedness and perception and attitude, we also gathered a significant difference in terms of the degree of preparedness, perception, and attitude. For the regression analysis between the groups on the degree of preparedness, perception, and attitude, table file revealed that the variables tested have a positive relationship, others due to the positive multiple R scores. In other words, a significant improvement on respondents' perception and attitude could lead to an increase to their preparedness on AR/VR integration to dental education. In overall data, it was revealed that the combined perception and attitude of the respondents contribute 61.8% preparedness of the respondents, while on the integration of AR/VR to dental education. Unfortunately, it was not part of this study. In conclusion, AR/VR can significantly provide a positive learning experience for both dental students and faculty members. However, The software of these AR/VR technologies must be made available and accessible for all users using different devices. This study this study also concludes that perception and attitude plays a vital role to prepare both dental students and faculty members on the integration of AR/VR to dental education. For our recommendation, since it is revealed that majority of dental students and faculty members uses laptops and smartphones as primary device for virtual classes and using prepaid internet subscription, dental schools should collaborate with software developing company in developing AR/VR platforms for dental education with an interface compatible for both laptops and smartphones running in their postpaid or prepaid internet subscription. I'd like to acknowledge and give my sincere gratitude to the PADC deans who allow their students and faculty members to participate in this study, and to Dean Ming-Lun, President of ADEAP and Distinguished Professor of National Yang Ming Chiao Tung University, for this opportunity. With that, thank you very much. These are my references, and stay safe. Dean Chris?
Okay, thank you very much, Dean Eric. Can we give Dean Eric a round of applause for his presentation? And because of the interest of time, we are 11 minutes late. I think we have to proceed to the next speaker and reserve your questions later. And I know that we will have the time to answer all those questions before the morning session ends. So for our second speaker, I would like to introduce a multi-awarded researcher, author and co-author of various scientific publications, who completed his postdoctoral fellowship in 2019 and is currently an assistant professor of the National Yang Ming Chiao Tung University School of Dentistry in Taipei, Taiwan, to present to us Digital Images, the Force of Virtual Planning, a workflow to generate patient-specific mobile extended reality system from medical imaging and intraoral scanner data in the dental area. Let us give a warm welcome to Assistant Professor Wang Ding Han. Professor?
Okay, thanks for the Dean Garcia's kind introduction. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me share the screen. Okay, so many thanks for Dean Garcia's kind introduction. And it is my pleasure that can share the topic with the participants. Today, the topic I'm going to present is digital images, the force of virtual planning. And I'm Assistant Professor Wang Ding Han, who comes from the National Yang Ming Chiao Tung University, the College of Dentistry. And before sharing this topic, I might ask all the participants to scan the QR code and install the recent app. This app will be needed to manipulate the 3D models of the mobile-based extended reality system in this presentation. And it is also okay if you don't want to install apps. I will also demonstration in the presentation. Okay. The dentistry as part of the field of medicine that has benefit from the development of modern digital transformation. The digitalization in dentistry is really useful, especially with numerous challenges involving the multiple chronic oral disease, the complex treatment which is needed by community with an aging population. Okay. And this paper published in 2020 has been mentioned that there are several key factors related to the digital transformation in the daily work. They are the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, personalized medicine, healthcare, rapid prototyping for the 3D print or for the CAM flow, and also the extended reality, which includes the AR, VR, and MR. And with the advent of the digital age, the digital transformation becomes daily life in the clinical dental workflow. If we use the digital dentistry CAD/CAM system as an example, the 3D dimensional oral scanning models will be obtained from the intraoral scanner or the table scanner at the clinic or the lab site and transferred to the laboratory base for dental processing through the internet. After receiving the 3D models, the dental technicians will use the CAD software, which may also contain the function of artificial intelligence or the machine learning to customize the denture. And during the customized procedure, the overscanning 3D models will also combine patient's electronic records, the radiographics and digital photos added as an patient-specific virtual planning. The patient-specific virtual planning can be easily adjusted again and again until the clinical workers make sure those CAD models are already fixed with the patients. In the end, these CAD models will transfer through the internet through the 3D print or mini machine to produce the denture by the rapid prototyping technology. Take the above advantage. The patient-specific virtual planning not only increase intuitive operation, but also reduce the errors that can be introduced when using the conventional approaches and decrease the time required for planning. And actually, the most important factor of patient-specific virtual planning is the digital data set from patients, which includes the electronic patient records that can practice management. On the other hand, the virtual 3D model collected from the radiographics, digital photographs, and intraoral scans could be applied in a variety of applications in dentistry, such as to share treatment decision to enhance the patient interactions, to have a communication between dentists and dental technicians, to promote the clinical activities, and also can produce the denture through the CAD/CAM workflow. On the other hand, we also can use those virtual 3D models for distance dental education, especially during the pandemic of the COVID-19. In fact, the 3D technology not only works on the computer, but also works very well in the field of extended reality, also known as XR. The XR is a collective term combined virtual reality, the augmented reality, and mixed reality. But please notice that there's still a little bit different between the VR, AR, and MR. Okay. The VR will allow us to feel as if we have stepped into a virtual world. It means that everything in the VR system is a digital environment that shut out the real world. The AR means that we use the virtual 3D model superimposing on top of the real world environment and watch it through the devices, but without any space concept. The MR system contains interactions with the real world. It combines the virtual display and the real life environment to enhance the user's natural vision in real time. Additionally, individual clinical workers are now able to create a high-resolution 3D image of each patient by using the personal computers. And thanks to the emergence and diffusion of high-performance computers, various software platforms enable us to operate medical image segmentation and to explore the digital data from pixel to voxel of CT or MR image and calculate those parts as STL file to create the 3D model for the XR systems. Nowadays, lots of smart glasses such as the Google Glasses, HoloLens, or the HTC Vive device are already created from XR system. These wearable devices and computer technologies of XR can be a powerful tool in the medical field, especially for anatomical education, therapeutic shared decision making, and operative planning of the surgical approach. However, the XR system is almost present with the wearable devices such as HoloLens, which cannot be available at our fingertips because of the price is not really cheap. On the other hand, some of the study also report the dysnosis or the lightheadedness when using the HoloLens. And for solving the problems, the mobile-based extended reality called MXR has been mentioned. Unlike specific wearable devices needed, the MXR system can be easily operated by using the smartphone or mobile devices, which are almost 67% of the global population can handle the MXR system through the iOS or the Android apps. Okay. And this study, which published in 2021, also point out the advantage of the MXR. The results showed there is no significant difference between test score for lesson delivery in either the HoloLens or the MXR. And there's no other adverse health effects such as the disorientation or the fatigue were observed. The author concludes that both methods were effective for learning, provide evidence to support educators and developers in healthy science and medicine. The only downside is that the dysnosis was significantly increased when using the HoloLens compared with the MXR system. Okay. And considering the MXR system might prove more convenient than the XR systems, our lab will already cooperate create an MXR system and got the patent in 2022. In the MXR system, those medical images will first remove their personal information and then be exported as 3D models and upload to the specific cloud base. Each 3D model will encode a specific QR code and link with a specific digital picture for further MXR operation. On the other hand, if we want to manipulate the MXR 3D models, we just need to open the MXR apps and scan the specific QR code or image. The MXR 3D models will be launched and be ready to use anytime. Okay. And this is an example that how we work in the MXR systems. It is a case of the dense in dent malformation. In the past, we only can study 2D information from the textbook or use those 2D image for patients' communication or for scientific paper writing. Just like right now, I can only show you these pictures to discuss it without any 3D information because of the online presentation. Honestly, from these pictures that I gave to you was not easy to define this as an type 3B dense in dent malformation. Okay. Sorry for that. I have to pop out the PowerPoint and open another software to demonstration the MXR system. Okay. So. Okay, so I have to link with this. I will put the link right here. So if we open the MXR app and then we tap the AR experience button and then select the cases like this. Okay, at this moment I can scan the picture like this, and then I can easily to manipulate the model in the cell phone. So for example, that I open the mandible, and then I can open the maxilla, open the tooth, and the other tooth like this. Okay, and if I want to consider about the pop inside it, I can close the maxilla and then open the pop here, and this is the dense indent part in the intent one. Okay, so I can also close the teeth to make it clearly. Okay, and if we want to watch it more detailedly, I can also scan the other picture like this. Okay, So in these cases, you can see the CT image in the left side. And then I can open the pop, those two pop like this, and then open the enamel like this to consider the 3D structure of the teeth. Okay, and I can also open the transparent enamel and dentin to combine as a teeth. Okay. Just let me go back to the slide. And please notice that I'm so sorry that because the MXR system might be a little bit late because of the 3D model operations are transmit from the Zoom. So if you have already installed the app, you can scan the picture to take a look. If not, you can also scan the QR code and watch the operation video on the YouTube. The quality of the video will be more smoothly than watch the video. Watch the demonstration in the online meeting. Sorry. And in this, in addition to use the MXR system to understand the structures, our team also use it to explain the disease condition to the patients who is not familiar with the medical knowledge. This is a tongue cancer case combined with the lymphotic metastasis. The MXR system can directly describe the condition to enhance the patient's shared decision making and convince them to accept the surgery. Okay. And this is another case demonstration was the vein of gland malformation, also known as VOGM. The VOGM is a type of artery-venous fistula, a rare blood vessel abnormality in which arteries cannot directly with veins, bypassing the capillaries. The VOGM involves a large vein deep in the brain and is formed during early prenatal development. And it's often noticed on a prenatal ultrasound late in pregnancy or diagnosis after the birth. Okay. So sorry, I have to pop out again. Okay, and now we can scan this model. Oh, sorry, I have to open another software. Okay, I might reopen it. Sorry. Okay. So now we can scan the picture like this. And then I can open the bone to take a look and open the artery system, or I can close it to take a look at artery system like this. And also I can open the venous system and then open the transparent bone to take over. And more interesting is that if I open like this, and if I give them the specific picture like this, actually, this system can be can let the model superimpose on the specific picture. So if I rotate the picture like this, actually the 3D model will be also rotate follow picture. Okay, so like this. Based on this thinking, our lab also create another interesting thing is that because now we know that this model can be mapping on the specific picture. So if we prepare the, so I should go back. So if I prepare the 3D print model of the VOGM like this, okay, actually I can put the specific QR link on the specific anatomy marker and then make it like this. Okay. So as you can see, the model will be easily to superimpose on the real model. Okay, but still have a lot of limitation of this system. So I think in the further study, I will try to make it more smoothly and solve the problem of the model shaking problem like this. Okay, so Why I would like to combine with 3D model is because of that. Even though we got the 3D model and printed it, but they still have some limitation of the 3D printing model. One is actually their capillary assist is not easy to print by the 3D print technology. And the other thing is that such like this kind of model will be spent about $300 US. So actually it's quite expensive, and also cannot print by the multiple color of 3D print. Okay. In summary, our study presents the workflow that show that how virtual 3D models could be produced from the digital image and how to be applied in the MXR systems. Those digital data sets were harvested and segmented in the region of interest. And then we kept those models and export as STL file to further rapid prototyping or for the XR and MXR systems. In conclusion, the improvements in XR, MXR, and 3D print technologies are continuously being made, and an increasing number of groups are using these technologies in their medical practice. Okay. And each method of advanced visualization method has its advantage that the 3D print provides tactical feedback, and the XR or MXR might enable real-time surgical navigations. In the future, it is accepted that the surgeon will be able to require 3D models to enhance conventional medical image visualization, and that the model type will depend on the procedural type to customize the patient-specific virtual plan. And thank you for your attention. This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Wang Ding Han. So can we give him a warm round of applause for his very interesting, and I'm really I find it awesome to listen to the presentation of Professor Ding Han. So congratulations for that presentation. Now, since it's already 10:52, and again, the time allocation is limited because this will further delay our program. So if you have questions or clarifications, anything related to the topics of the two speakers who presented, please do not hesitate to encode this in our chat box, or you can raise that later when we have the discussion. So before this session ends, I would like to thank again two of our speakers, Dean Eric Alforja of the University of Perpetual Health System, DALTA, in presenting the status of the readiness, perception, and attitude of the educators and also students in the Philippines, so that we were able to, have somewhat a baseline data, so that we can be able to start from there. So thank you very much, Dean Eric Alforja, and the second presenter. So thank you, and also congratulations to Professor Wang Ding Han for his presentation on the application of mobile extended reality, which are actually flourishing and will flourish because of its great potential for patient care. And truly, the functionality and user friendliness using the mobile technology is really something that actually promotes portability in the scientific collection of data, and also the dissemination of this data, leading to better treatment planning and better patient care. So with this, I will be ending this second session, and will be turning over the microphone or the virtual space to our third session moderator, none other than our big brother, the distinguished professor and Dean Alan Ming-Lun. So with this, good morning and see you later. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the voices.
Oh, apologies.
Hi, Professor Hsu. I think you should have to open your mic.
Christina, can you close your microphone? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, my dear sister Cristina, Dean Cristina Garcia. As a dentist, we cannot limit our vision in oral cavity only. We should take us as a doctor of human being, but more focus in oral cavity. So we should not neglect another part of the body outside the oral cavity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce you the next speaker, who is the attending doctor of OBS and Gynecology, National Taiwan University Hospital. And he will give us a lecture about the current status of digital health in gynecology cancer treatment. Thank you. Arthur, the platform is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. So this is really my great honor to be here at this session. And today I'm Arthur Heng-Cheng Hsu from National Taiwan University Hospital, Hsinchu branch. And I'm a gynecological cancer doctor who treats women's cancer. Women's cancer. And so what we do is we do surgery for women cancer, for instance, cervical cancer, endometrial cancer, and ovarian cancer. And we do surgery, we do the adjuvant treatment for these patients. And today I'm going to share with you my perspective of the current status of digital health in gynecological cancer treatment. So we are all born in the era of digital. And we have seen these movies utilizing augmented reality in their life in the movies, which was I think this all started in 1970s, 1980s in the movies. But now, starting from our kids, we see they utilizing these augmented reality in their video games, in Pokemon, and in many aspects of our life. And do we have the opportunity of utilizing this in digital healthcare, in healthcare? Well, we have already heard the excellent talk by Eric and by Dr. Wang Han. And now I'd like to share with you my perspective of how we can utilize digital applications to elevate the quality of medicine. In my view, I think that we can utilize augmented reality in patient counseling, in surgical planning, in education to our young colleagues, and more. We can utilize this technique for multimodality team discussion. And let us have a look at what others have already done in this field, in gynecology. So one of the most common disease in gynecology is uterine myoma, sometimes called fibroid. And this is a picture of what fibroid looks in a surgical view in laparoscopy. But now, in this view, it will be a little bit difficult to know the exact site of the uterine myoma. It could be here, it could be here, it could be anywhere on inside the uterus. So sometimes before the surgery, we might have the MRI scan, and we can see the uterine myoma around this side. So this team of scholars, what they did was they fused the MRI scan and had a live video so that during their surgery, they could better identify the exact site of the uterine myoma in order to enucleate the uterine mass for better surgery. And let's take a look at another example. So the reproductive systems, the uterus, the ovaries, they are actually very, very close to the collective systems, which is the ureter and the bladder. And sometimes one of the complications during gynecological cancer surgery or gynecological surgery is that the ureter or the bladder is injured during surgery. So this group of scholars, they utilized the augmented reality during gynecologic laparoscopic surgery, and they tried to elevate the accuracy of notifying where the ureter and the bladder is. So what does that have to do with gynecological cancer? How can I utilize this technique to bring better surgery, better surgical planning, better patient counseling? My aim is to utilize it in the field of para-aortic region. So I've borrowed this slide from my mentor, Dr. Pedro Ramirez, who is at MD Anderson. So he has a deck of slides, about 20 slides, for gynecological cancer anatomy. And one of the slide is dedicated to the aortic anatomy. So why does he have this special slide? Because most gynecological cancer surgeons, they are familiar with the pelvic region, but not all are familiar with the para-aortic region, which encompasses the ureter, at the right side, the inferior vena cava, the left side, aorta, and ureter over here. This is somehow a danger zone for the gynecological cancer surgeons. You can see that he has a complete slide dedicated to this. So I want to use augmented reality to do better surgical planning for this region. So with the help of Professor Hsu's team, with Dr. Wang and Iris Hsu, we constructed a model of augmented reality. And this is the flow of the augmented reality research. They had model preparation, system development, application, evaluation. I'm not going to go through all of this because Dr. Wang has already brought a wonderful presentation on this, and I'm going to show you how I use this in our field. So this is the diagram of the para-aortic region, and this is a real life surgery done by me and my friend, Dr. Chen. So this is the inferior vena cava, the biggest vein in the abdomen. This is the aorta, the biggest artery, probably in the body. Inferior mesenteric artery, renal vein. But sometimes the problem is when I talk to the patients or my young colleagues or colleagues from a different department, they say, Dr. Hsu, this is a beautiful picture, but this is just 2D. This is just 2-dimensional. I really cannot imagine what it looks like in real life. So with the help with Professor Hsu, Dr. Wang, and Iris, I present to you the structures through augmented reality. And this is the aorta, the inferior vena cava, and this is the gonadal vessel, the vessel to the ovaries. And you can enlarge it and have a broad view. Everything makes more sense through this augmented reality technology. But I like to bring this a little further because at this region, the aorta, the inferior vena cava, the IVC, there is actually a lot of kinds of anomalies in this region. So in our knowledge, in our classes back at medical school, we all thought that inferior vena cava is always at the right side. But actually that is somewhat wrong. The inferior vena cava can sometimes have a duplicated branch at the left side, like this or like this. And it can also happen to be completely at the left side. So some surgeons think that this place at the left side of the aorta, this is a complete vacant area. There is nothing there. You can just poke it. You can do vigorous manipulation over there because there is nothing other than the bone that is over there, which is definitely a wrong conception. If you do not anticipate that there might be a vein over here, then there could be dangerous consequences during surgery. So what me and my friend Dr. Chen did under the supervision of our mentors is that we looked back at all of our surgeries for a period of time. And we collected all the patients and we excluded the benign cases because we wanted to know what is the percentage of seeing a left-sided inferior vena cava in our surgeries in gynecological cancer, because gynecological cancer is the surgery that we will do surgeries at this region. And in the end, we found that in our cohort of patients, we see a 3.5% of left-sided inferior vena cava. The double IVC is 2.3%, and sided inverses, which means that all of the organ is in the opposite direction, is 1.2%. And this is, so here I show you our surgical photographs. And this is a picture of the double inferior vena cava, one IVC at the right side and the duplicated inferior vena cava at the left side. So if you do not anticipate that something is here and you poke it with your forceps, with your cauterization, then you rupture this and devastating things happen. You'll have to call the cardiovascular surgeon.
对对，好，你们好的，对你右手。
And let us have a view of the augmented reality data. We can see the double IVC over here. You can rotate it, and actually I like to rotate it with the transverse section that we see in CAT scan to show our young colleagues. So we are at a level of utilizing this information for better surgical planning to anticipating the rate of seeing an unanticipated thing during surgery, and we will try to cooperate with the whole team to better develop it for educational purposes and for patient counseling purposes. And let me, in the end, show you the situs inverses. These are all constructed from real patients, from our cohort of patients. So we see the inferior vena cava at the complete opposite side, and the patient's heart is at the opposite side, and the liver is at the opposite side. And these are all from our patients. So in the end, thank you for inviting me to the session, and I am very thankful for the invitation. I thank my mentors for helping me with the project, and I thank my colleagues for doing the surgery with me, and especially I thank the team at National Yangming Jiaotong University, Professor Hsu and Dr. Hank Wang and Iris Hsu for their help with constructing the augmented reality project. I could not have done this without the team, and thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hsu. And I think the reason why I invited Dr. Hsu to give a talk about the current status of digital health in gynecology cancer treatment is because I want to demonstrate that the digital transformation now is currently not only using in the field of dentistry, but also in another part of the human body. And I'm also very proud to say that Arthur is my son. Okay, thank you. And so now let's move to the panel discussion session. Is there any questions from the audience? 他们有没有什么问题？对。Is there any question from the audience? Okay. 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 I would like to say that the reason why we want to take the chance to raise the subject of digital transformation, that's because to share the information and the knowledge and the skill and reduce the inequality of the resource of dental education in Asia Pacific region is always our purpose for the Association for Dental Education Asia Pacific. So if any dental school or any participants in this symposium, if you have any question or you need some help in the augmented reality or visual reality, please contact with us. Nowadays, our team has developed some technique, and we would also like to share the results of our research work, and also to share some information, knowledge, and the skill in the digital transformation. And in the session of this afternoon, some of my colleagues, they will also demonstrate some update knowledge and the skill regarding to this digital transformation. So if you have any question, you can let us know either in this symposium or by email to me or to anyone of my research team, we are glad to try to help you in any aspect. For example, the knowledge, skill, or information. Okay, any questions? 他们那个是不是有 Yes, please. Yes.
This is Sam here. So I think just want to let you know that I really enjoyed the presentation by everybody. And so I just want to ask you, how much of this are you incorporating into your teaching just now, the virtual reality, some of the models mentioned by some of the speakers, how much of it is currently employed in the virtual reality mode in the teaching and learning environment?
Okay, thank you, Sam. Now the software now, which we have showed this morning, either by Dr. Wang or by Dr. Arthur. And this is the software we created now. We have created, but we have still revised it. So how much about it, I cannot say up to now, but because my research team actually tell you the truth, just like another dental schools, we are quite short of budget. So our budget for this research, for this work is very limited. But with this very limited resource, we can create the results like we have present this morning. So it's not very expensive. And I think if we can, after we finish and the development of this software, we also would like to share with our friends, our colleagues, yeah, if you are interested at this. So Sam, thank you for the question. I cannot tell you the certain amount of the cost, but I think after the develop is finished, I would like to share with our colleagues. Yeah, thank you.
So just want to say that, yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Alan Hsu. I think the extended augmented reality and extended reality will be truly beneficial to particularly to the clinical and like also to the preclinical students, the 3D versions. And I mean, I just take the examples of that dense imaginators, for example. I mean, that's a good example. And something like that is going to be truly useful. And we hope that this software will be available for others. And I wish you the best in your research. And it was a great opportunity for me to learn from Dr. Arthur's presentation as well, and from some of the others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. And any questions?
Excuse me, I saw there's a question
yes, please.
In the text box. Yeah. It is a question from the Professor Yu-Chen, and he's mentioned about that how much of the 3D model construction process is manual. And for example, how do you separate different anatomic structures like the veins and arteries? Okay, so please let me share my screen to describe it. Okay. So actually, this is a procedure that we do in the image segmentation. Okay, so we use the a kidney as example. First of all, we got the CT data, and then we just merely to actually there's a function called threshold can roughly to threshold the condition based on the different gray volume. We call it as a pixel. And then for the detailed information that we segmentation, we need to do all of it by manually to separate it. So actually, it's quite depend on the technician that how they quite familiar with the anatomy structure or not. And after segmentation, the part actually, because we know that the CT image is slide by slide. So when we select the specific condition, we can get those CT slide by slide together, and from the pixel to voxel to become as a balance. So we'll be like this condition. Will be like this condition. As you can see here, it will be the layer by layer, and then from a pixel calculate as a volume and become to the 3D model. Yeah. So actually, this kind of system now is not really combined with the artificial intelligence. A lot of things still need to are modified by our brain. But I think those kind of process maybe one day we can replace by the machine learning or replaced by the artificial intelligence. Okay. Is that answered your questions?
Thank you, Dr. Wang, for response to the question. And by means of this demonstration or those answers, so we can see that this technique, this digital transformation, in the future, I think it will be very important and also very popular. And not only in the dentistry, but I think also in other field of medicine, like just we have seen the gynecology, and I think maybe cardiovascular or something, some medical field. I think they can also, this technique can also be applied. And there is a question regarding the collaboration. Until now, what is the situation of the collaboration in this digital transformation in Asia Pacific countries? Because nowadays we still under development, and we are still making some revision. And after the revision, I think just like Sam has mentioned in his speech at the beginning of this symposium, I think this kind of symposium just cannot be only raised for one time only. I think we should have some continuously program for this kind of symposium, because by means of this kind of symposium, we can update our knowledge, our information, and our skill. So more and more the dental schools, you can get this kind of information. So if you need, maybe we can discuss and how to share this technique or this information or this knowledge in the field, either in dental education or in the field of clinic or even research. That's our purpose. Any questions more or any comments from our audience? Okay. 你传给我了吗？ Okay, there's a question regarding, is there any AI application experience in COVID-19 patients with home isolation, but with dental need? I'm sorry to say that up to now, we don't have this kind of experience. And I hope we can enhance our progress. So maybe we can apply the AI for those isolated patients. Okay. Any comments? Okay. Okay. So if there is no more question regarding to the morning session, I think the morning session will come to an end at this moment. And now we are going to have a lunch break. And actually, we have prepared some demonstration on site, but I think it's difficult to do it online. So the afternoon session will begin from 1:30. That's 1.5 hour. 1:30. That's no. Begin from 1 o'clock in the afternoon Taiwan time. So it will be 90 minutes, 1.5 hour later. Okay. So
Professor
thank
Hsu,
you.
Professor
Yes.
Hsu,
Yes, please.
is it okay for everyone to open your cameras to take a group photo from the background?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
yes.
I think for such a great meeting, it's always nice to have a group photo.
Oh, yes, please. I will request for all the participants to open your camera, and then we can take a group photo. I think it's a very good opportunity. Okay. 大荧幕不是我的啦。哦。Okay, now we are going to take a group photo. 啊，我已经按了。Okay, okay. 有吗 ？Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's take it one more time. 有没有照了吗 ？Okay， 我已经按。Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. See you this afternoon, 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
医疗人员，他们7天后就可以出门，然后上班吗？ 爸爸手机了啦。
慢只，好啊。我摕3粒开心果起来，要互较润去，我较补落，你也搁甲我食。我知，我是我是叫润去，我比这我唔知。我摕出来，你爱甲讲，哦，啊你遐物件工具用了，你毋着爱收倒，你怎规个边来摆摆屁股，屁股含无嘛无歹，啊就做你走嘛。迄个物件都收，迄个因针收，所以我唔敢无爱摕走。但我收了，我行下面，我头歹你啊。拿那个必须要1年后做些，好，行行都忝我，你买。哦，你行安尼足忝哦，哈，那你。
好啊。不要喝。
毕业老师可以让选我跟说啊，你这样的，一个在这帮忙选择。
对，啊，伊要做牙医院长，伊免上课，伊要干嘛做？就下边多点。
Okay, good afternoon. The second half of the conference will start in 5 minutes, so please be seated and remember to turn off your mobile phones or switch to silent mode. Thank you.
有公园夜哦。啊，不然是公园夜，我就说。清楚啊。开始要听，我们在讲，我们在听。我英语上歹呢，无啊好，我以前那个。
学者或者是我们政府单位都是一直在说预测我们的。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our symposium. I will be the moderator for the first session. There will be two speakers, invited speakers in this session. And the first speaker, invited speaker, I would like to introduce you, Assistant Professor Yu-Chen Lin. And he is currently Assistant Professor of National Yangming Jiao Tong University, College of Dentistry, Taiwan. And his topic today is scalable computational pipelines for oral cancer genomics. Let's welcome Assistant Professor Lin, please.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me? All right, thank you so much. So first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Hsu and the organization teams for inviting me. So what I'm going to talk about today, for some of you, I think it will be a bit unfamiliar. Hold on one second. Okay, so but I'll try to keep this as high level and simple to understand as possible. So because I'm talking about a very broad topic, so I'll break this down into several parts. First, I will present some of the basic concepts of cancer genomics, and then I'll talk about the computational methods that we use to analyze these genomic data. And further, we want to make these analyses scalable, meaning that we're going to process lots of samples at the same time. This is particularly important when you want to, say, commercialize or productionize your analysis in a clinical setting. And finally, I'll come back to oral cancer to talk about some of the latest research that we've done so far. Okay, so speaking of cancer, I think what people like usually have in their mind is this model, where you have a normal tissue that undergo a series of initiation, promotion, and progression, and ultimately turns into a cancer tissue. So we know that these are driven by mainly by mutations. And for decades, researchers have been trying to figure out what these mutations are. Okay. In the old days, what we had to do was to focus on one particular gene at a time. We had to PCR amplify that gene, and then probably use Sanger sequencing to sequence that particular gene and see if there's any mutation within that gene. This process is pretty slow. It could take hours, if not days, to complete. And here you can see immediately that this doesn't scale or applicable to the whole genome where you have tens of thousands of genes, not to mention if you want to analyze lots of patients. So instead, in modern days, what we're doing is something called next generation sequencing. Instead of focusing on one gene, we're sequencing the whole genome at once. We're shattering or breaking the genome into many small pieces, like a few hundred base pairs. And then we're going to use sequencers like Illumina to sequence all of them all at once. I mean, like a large amount of reads, like hundreds of millions of them. There's a lot of technology that goes into this, which I won't talk about at all. What I only want to say is that there are many, many reads, and we actually don't know which read is which gene. They're just like a bunch of sequences that's like shotgun sequence that we don't know what their identities are. Okay, and we actually don't need to know because the computer can tell us. So there are powerful computer algorithms or programs that can sort of map or find where the reads are and put it back to the human genome. So let's zoom into a particular part of the genome. Let's say if we have a CG pair in the middle of the genomic sequence, often we'll observe mutations in our reads or in our sequences. So for example, here you can see a C2T mutation on one strand and G2A mutation on the other. And we call this single nucleotide variants, right? Because the change is single nucleotide. And tens of thousands of mutations can happen in a cancer cell. In other cases, we'll see that the base is absent in our sequence. We call this deletion because relative to the human reference genome, we don't observe that sequence there. And in contrast, sometimes you'll have an extra base that's inserted in some position. So here you can see the reference genome doesn't have a base and an extra base inserted somewhere in the genome. In other cases, you'll see that there are many more reads in gene A in the tumor cell versus the normal cell, whereas there's no reads in gene B. And this is simply because you have a duplication event. The gene A has 2 copies, whereas the gene B was lost. Okay, so we call this copy number variation because the copy number of some genes changes it. It's amplified, either amplified or deleted. Okay, let me remove this. I don't know what. Let's just keep it like that. All right, to sum up, I just talked about a few different kinds of mutations. And basically what we as genomic scientists do is that we look at these tables every day to figure out what are the important or critical mutations. And most of them are not important, so we want to identify the important ones. So for example, you can see the chromosome positions and the bases that has been changed, the reference base and the alternate base for each mutation. Okay, so let's just take a step back and take it as a table. And this table is basically the result of the analysis. So we have the tumor sequences and the normal tissue sequence as the input. And the computer sort of process these data and give us that mutation table. And if you look into more detail, there are several steps for this process, like mapping, calling, and annotation. Because there's many steps, and this sort of looks like a pipeline. That's why we call this a computational pipeline, because there are many steps. And let's say today we have a patient whose sample needs to, or sequence needs to be analyzed through this pipeline. We may have another patient, and so on. So we may have up to like tens or even hundreds of patients. So how do we deal with this situation? How do we process so many data? One way is to use a very big, powerful machine that sort of process them one by one in sequence. Okay, so this kind of sequential process. It turns out that this is too slow, especially when you get to the realm of 100 patients or so. It's simply too slow. That's why we're doing it in another way. What we're doing here is to use lots of machines to process these samples simultaneously. Sometimes we call this parallel computation because it's working in parallel, right? And because there are so many machines, it could get to up to like hundreds or thousands. We actually don't own these machines. We rent them from the cloud. Okay, so this is something called cloud computing, and we can rent these machines from like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. And basically, our working mode is we code our algorithms or tools locally in the office. Well, this is me or my students. And then we push this code to the cloud and make them all run together. So this is like a deployment or a deployment process. So let's get back to the pipeline that I just mentioned. So I want to mention a bit of the technical detail, but still keep it like graphical and high level. So this is an actual code. We don't need to get into it, but all I want to say is that there could be many, many steps in this code. And usually for research purpose, a lot of people just put this very long process and code into one single file. Let's just call it pipeline. Well, it usually works. However, there's some problem here. The first problem is that it's not scalable, it's not portable, because it only runs on one machine. So if you copy this code into another computer, it doesn't run. So this basically defeats the purpose of parallel, multiprocessing. Another bigger problem, more critical problem, is that it's not maintainable. It breaks easily. And you certainly don't want things to go wrong, especially when you're dealing with actual patient data that could affect treatment plans or even treatment outcome. So here I'm going to introduce how we do this, how we structure this, this thing. So instead of using one file, we're going to break this down into multiple files, like step 1 and 2 and 3, okay? And we call this decouple and modularization because we're like breaking this into smaller and smaller modules, and they sort of work independently from each other. And also we need to have test code, something called test-driven development. So for each step, for each module, we're going to have a test module that ensures the code is running well. This is like a basic principle for any products, right? You need to test it and test it and test it before you put it in the hands of consumers. And then we can wrap this up as a package. We call this packaging. And with this kind of structure where you have the source code that actually does the analysis and the test code that tests, that ensures, or sort of the quality assurance that ensures the code is running well, this makes the whole thing maintainable. All right. In the next step, we're going to wrap this whole thing into something called a Docker container. I know this might sound very arcane to you. This is a term in software engineering. And this container basically contains all the things you need to run this piece of code. In other words, it's making it portable. You just plug and play, copy this code into another computer, and it runs. And once we can do this, we can easily deploy this into the cloud environment where you can deploy it up to like tens of thousands of machines all running at the same time. And they all draw data from a common so-called database. And by doing this, we're making the process scalable, meaning that we're running many things at the same time. So this basically ties back to the title, how we make our computation scalable. So when you're talking about, or when we talk about productionization of software in data analysis or genomics, we're probably talking about these 3 aspects. And this is very important if we want to, say productionize or commercialize this as a kit for diagnosis for, let's say, in the era of precision medicine. So finally, I want to come back to some more interesting stuff, if you will, to talk about oral cancer genomics. So most of you know that leukoplakia is a very common precancerous lesion for oral squamous cell carcinoma. One of the mystery in this field is that not all of the leukoplakia patients develop into cancer. Only a small portion of them, like probably 45%, actually turns into squamous cell carcinoma. So we want to know what is the driving factor, what are the genes that's responsible for this transformation. So to do this, we needed to not only sequence the cancer patients, but also for the same patient, the precancerous lesion, and compare like over time, how they change, the mutation, how the mutated genes change. Here, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Tu for initiating this project. I really want to thank Dr. Tu for, he's a surgeon who collected the sample and actually sequenced them. And he also had this idea, like this important idea. And in the initial round, Dr. Tu was able to find 4 patients. Remember that these patients are pretty hard to find because you need to have a large pool of precancerous lesions in order to observe one that, unfortunately turns into cancer. And he was able to collect 4 patients. We analyzed the number of mutated genes in these patients. And here you can see for each patient, we have 2 circles. On the left is the number of mutated genes in cancer. And on the right is the genes for precancer. And what you can immediately see is that in 3 of the 4 patients, the overlapping region, the genes that's observed in both cancer and precancer are actually very small. So only a small portion of the mutated genes got preserved during this process. You can explain this with the heterogeneity of cancer tissue, but what I also want to point out is a very intriguing or striking fact that we actually observe more mutations in precancerous lesion versus cancer. So this is sort of counterintuitive because we usually assume that cancers are worse than precancerous lesions, but we actually observe more mutations in precancerous lesion in 2 of the 4 patients. Okay, so the precancers mutated genes actually outnumbers the cancerous gene. So this finally leads us to think about a model where you have a big repertoire of a variety of different mutations in the precancerous tissue. And then at some point, there's a sort of clonal selection that allows that a small group of cells gain the advantage and grow and invade into the tissue and becomes the dominant form. With that, I'd like to thank all the people who's been supporting, initiating this project, especially Dr. Tu, Dr. Tu for initiating this project. And also, I'd like to thank Professor Yang for his continuous support, and we have brilliant students like him, and Cheng-Chieh for actually carrying out the research and doing the data analysis. And thank you so much. Here's my LinkedIn.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. To operate those data in the cloud will be the future trend for the research work and the clinicians. And thank you, Dr. Lin, for showing us how to run many things in the same time in terms of a cloud environment. I think this is a very interesting topic, and it's also important for the future research and the clinical work. Okay, so now let's move to the next speaker. The next speaker is the Vice Dean, Hoang. He is the Vice Dean of Faculty of Odontostomatology, University of Medicine and Pharmacy at the Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And his topic today is integrating digital technologies into dental education. He will share the experiences from international collaboration in the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Hoang, please. Dr. Hoang, can you open your microphone because there is no sound from your speech? Your microphone remains closed.还没有开吗？你这边可以帮他开吗？不行哈。
我请劝在处理。
OK。
你那个控制台那边可以把那个 Professor Hong 的麦克风打开了，因为他把 mute 掉了。
你那边可以 mute 掉。
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now. Okay.
Yeah, thank
it's
you very
clear
much.
Now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, Professor Alan Ming-Lun, for giving me a bit opportunity to be here and to share with all of you our topics. And I think my topic today is about integrating digital technology into dental education. And I focus about the application from international collaboration in the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Hoang, Vice Dean in charge of the Faculty of Odontology, University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho Chi Minh City. Yet, I would like to start about this one with about this figure of our Asian. And if you look at in the American, in the early of year 2000, they mentioned about dental education and arthrosis. And the challenge and in our medicine, how to renew our curriculum. So back to Vietnam, it's in here in this photo show you our dentist population ratio in Vietnam in year 2006. The one dentist is to serve around 54,000 population, but in year 2020, in year 2016. The one dentist in Vietnam just serve around 22,000 population. And I think you are raising a question in your mind, why the number of dentists increasing more and more in my country. So just like that, because in the early of 1990s, in Vietnam, they had three dental schools, one in Hanoi, one in the center of Vietnam, one in Ho Chi Minh City. But until now, there are in our country, there are around more than 70 dental schools over Vietnam. And in here now, the number of the private dental school is increasing more and more. So that's why the number of dentists increasing in our country during the last 10 years. So, but I would like to let you know about the problem tree of oral health in Vietnam. And the most of the problem is around then some of the popular, the commonly oral disease like the dental caries, periodontal disease, or cancer, and especially about the musculofacial trauma. So that the number of the dentists increasing to serve to how to solving the oral health problem for our population. So in the year 2016, our meeting of health launched about the Vietnam dental professional competency for the newly graduated dentist in Vietnam. In this competency had a mass of dental school over Vietnam had to thinking about how to revise the curriculum. So that's why you can see it in here. You can our competency had about knowledge and attitudes and also the skill. We call the cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. So if based on this the new curriculum, and you can see that it's done with our school is facing a new challenges, how to revise our current curriculum, adapted with the new competency is launched by our meeting of health. So I just mentioned you that in year 2018, our school started to revise our current curriculum from the discipline-based curriculum to competency-based curriculum. And I just wanted you to mention about it. We are teaching a new generation of dental students. I call the generation yes dental student. And with the generation, I would like to ask everyone, for the educator who are attending the conference today, what do our students need to learn? If we want to teach our students, we raise a question, what do our students need to learn? Or what do we want to teach students about our professionalism, our profession, our respective area of specialization? So for the old one, the traditional one, maybe we teach about what we want, but now we should focus in about the top-down teaching. What do our students need to learn? Based that's why when we based on about the Vietnam professional competency for the newly graduated, and they ask students had when they graduated any university in Vietnam, in over Vietnam, they had to obtain the core competency. So that's why we should say, what do our students need to learn? and top-down concept is integrated in our new curriculum. Sorry. Yes, talk about the new generation. The new generation of our dentists, and they using smartphone, tablet, and laptop on daily basis since they are child, and they expect everything to be fast, instantly, and available 24/7. So that's why I say the digital dentistry has been slowly into dental practice and dental school around over the world. And our generation yet is a native resident of digital technology, and dental institutions and the faculty need to be prepared for this transformation in this dental practice for this new generation. So that's why I say in our new curriculum, we start from the basic dental sciences, basic medicine science to comprehensive oral healthcare patient-centered care approach, and with the patient center. And if we look at about the digital dentistry technology, and we raise a question, how to apply, how integrated in our new curriculum for this new generation of dental students nowadays. So if any dental school need to want to integrate the digital dentistry into the dental school setting, the human resources is very important and the first priorities. I think if we had the right human resources are the key factor for the faculty implementing the digital dentistry into their curriculum. And the first one, the instructor and the faculty member must be influencing with the digital workflow. And the second one, the willingness or ability.
The sound is interrupt. Leg. 平安，你可以叫 Chen 跟黄
正在
讲一下。
处理，正在处理。
Sorry, the speech is interrupted. Maybe due to the link connection. Now we are.
Professor Hong now. Professor Hong now is re-link in the Zoom. Please wait.
Sheep in this world, and there are wolves in this world. I know the two boys are just two weird.
Please wait a moment. We are solving the problem now. Dr. Hong, please open your microphone. It's mute now.
那个控制台设定再看一下有没有把它那个调。
Dr. Hong, please.
Sorry. Can you hear me again?
Yes, now it's clear.
Yes, sorry. I really my apologize because the internet is interrupted. So I would like to continue with my presentation. And the question is how about the challenges in the adaptive digital dentistry in dental education? The first of one, human resources. We need the training, recruiting, retraining the faculty member and staff to be fluent in digital workflow. The second one is curriculum revision, how to find in the right spot between the digital methods and traditional method when the adaptive digital dentistry in an already crowded curriculum. And the third very important one is the digital infrastructure, how to get the most investment in infrastructure and hardware and software to support the digital dentistry. So I would like to share with you about the strategy from our faculty, the Faculty of Odontology, University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho Chi Minh City, and for study how to integrate the digital dentistry in our new curriculum. The first one we had maybe met the international training for young staff, and the second one for transfer generation of dental students, and we met we based on these two issues to develop the module of the digital dentistry in the new dental curriculum. Of course, for the strategy, we based on our international collaboration and international support. I would like to share with you our experience during the COVID-19 and the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic. We cannot see face-to-face together with our partner dental school over the world because of the social distancing. And of course, the mode of our work is switch to the mode online working or online studying. Based on the online working, on the online studying, we connect the network to some dental school over the world. And firstly, I would like to share with you one video.
Sweeping changes are happening across dentistry today. There is a greater demand from worldwide dental institutions for digital dentistry to remain competitive. It's a future with growing populations that will need access to new technologies to keep up with patient demand. A future with a population who wants their smiles as brighter as ever.
Although digital dentistry has become extremely popular, it is still not favorable in Vietnam yet due to the lack of knowledge about its modern technology. So developing a digital dentistry course for undergraduate program is strictly necessary. The first ever co-building program which involved participation from both lecturer and student involved 5 phases. First, we acquire the knowledge from a course online course. Next, then are built up. Then we ask the opinions of the student on this matter. Syllabus then get reviewed, modified, and get approved.
Yes, By this case, I would like to thank you, Professor Ming-Lun for the international collaboration. And I would like to share with you how we can perform the international education cooperation. And the video clip have to show our students to learn digital dentistry. But of course, they cannot learn alone. They learn with our international students. We call it cooperation between our faculty of odontology and University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho Chi Minh City with a dental school at the Yang Chang University, National University, and leading by Professor Ming-Lun Hsu. So once again, I would like to thank you about us. You said we start about digital dentistry course in cooperation between our faculty and National Yang Chang University School of Dentistry, and we play role like supervisor, and we attach with the one mentor group from Vietnam in our Ho Chi Minh City, and the one mentor group from the National Yang Chang University, and we start some activity to training the dental student from our faculty and the dental student from the National Yang University. And of course, we select about a very outstanding student to join the course. And our students had to take about 3 crowd examination, MCQ, writing, interview in English, and something like that. And we had a core group of the digital dentistry course with the 12 dental students from our faculty, and with the 5 mentors from our faculty too. And for the Yang Chang University, they also had maybe the group of mentors, and they also had a group of the 12 dental students to study together. And based on that one, we had 2 products. The first one had the key effort, the key group of the mentor, I mean the young staff from our faculty to start to study digital dentistry. And beside that, we also had maybe the very young group of the 12 dental students to start to study about digital dentistry, and they get involved a lot of activity regarding digital dentistry in our faculty. So in here you can have some our young staff. They met some crowd table on digital dentistry for students in our annual SAM 2015 and technology in dentistry in the year 2021 after the first course. And here is you can see some of our student report in the social media after it clapped in the hands and that hand stop. And our students feel very happy to learn about digital dentistry. And of course, it is not the main course, it is like the extra curriculum. And I would like to share with you some of the dimensions, some of the feelings, some emotion from our students when they join the digital dentistry course in cooperation between our faculty and National Yang Chang University. And you can feel it, you can see the feeling and the exciting to join about digital dentistry course. Just you see some of the same activities happen in the National Yang Chang University, and that student has to start to practice about how to use the scanner, how to use the CAD/CAM software and the authors, and the same activity happened in my faculty. So here is some of the products from our students at the National Yang Universities. And you can see some of the products from our faculty. So after the course, we had we organized a digital dentistry day in our faculty in October in year 2021. For the digital dentistry days, we open this day not only for our dental students, but also the dental student over the dental school over Vietnam to join the course these days. And I think it's very successful days. So it's to be closing with my faculty, I would like to share with you some academic achievement to the international cooperation regarding education, research, and legal application. I mean that the link of the international cooperation regarding digital identity education between our faculty and the National Yang Changtao University during the COVID-19 pandemic. But about the education with the group of core students and the group of core mentors, we sit down together. We call a co-design for digital identity model, and based on the curriculum development model based on our student expectation. And this research we also had presented at the CR meeting last year. And based on this research, we have a very important product. We developed the model of the digital identity integrated inside the competency-based curriculum. I thought in the maybe next year we can start to teach this module for our students, and the mentor for the process, and also the key student for Israel, they can join how about the model of the digital identity in our new curriculum. That is the first product. The second one. The second one is about research. After the cooperation, now we have maybe 6 researchers regarding digital identity. The yellow one is the cumulative researcher. And we are keep going on about 2 researchers. And now we just developed a new 2 proposals regarding digital identity. I think in cooperation with the National Jiangmin Changtong University, we will go ahead to be more research regarding digital dentistry. And talk about legal application. As you know, we had many our mentor, our key young staff, they start to apply the digital identity in our clinical practice. And of course, they have also had organized some small workshop and small round table, and to transfer the digital workflow, the digital dentistry concept to the dental practitioner over Vietnam. So that's say I say it based on this the digital dentistry, and based on maybe the international cooperation. Now our young staff had quite influential in digital dentistry, and they need to be study more and more, and they need to make a learning curve regarding digital identity more perfect day after day. So the 3 academic achievement is also closing my presentation. And before closing my presentation, I would like to mention you about one very famous statement from Albert Einstein. You can use an old method to explore the new world. So of course, we cannot use a very traditional one to revise the new curriculum, but to teach for the new generation of dental students. So this statement is also closing my presentation. And thank you very much for attending. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hong. Let's give him a big round of applause. Yeah, and I totally agree with Dr. Hong's opinion that for those new generation, in terms of Generation Z, we need a new strategy in our dental curriculum to integrate digital transformation, maybe a necessary one. And the digital dentistry continuing education course mentioned by Dr. Hong in his speech reminds me that during the continuing education course, the students from Ho Chi Minh City, they showed, from Ho Chi Minh University, they showed not only the enthusiasm, but also the talents, and that they work very hard during the course. So if there is another chance, we would like to have this kind of international collaboration. Also, with University of Ho Chi Minh or another universities. Thank you. And because we will have a panel discussion after the sessions, So let's move to the next session. And I would like to introduce you the moderator of the next session, for the next session, Professor Prathip Phantumvanit. Professor Prathip, I think, is not only my very good friends, but also good old friends for many of us. And Professor Prathip is the advisor expert panel on oral health of WHO, and advisory board member of Dental Faculty Consortium of Thailand. And he's also the board member of Faculty of Dentistry, Thammasat University, Thailand, and the co-founder chair of the ASEAN Chief Dental Officer meeting. Prathip, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Heng-Cheng, for your kind invitation for me to join your very important meeting today. I believe that this is one of the big activity of the Association of Dental Education of Asia Pacific, as well as education of the Association for the Taiwan Dental Education as well. As you may know, we have interest in digital dentistry for a few years. I remember that 3-4 years ago, I have invited maybe more than 10 dental deans to Thammasat University to discuss about how to apply the digital dentistry into the dental education. And after 3-4 years, now it's very fast developing of the digital dentistry in many areas, as we have heard today from the medical area, the oral cancer, the gynecology, and many areas in the medicine as well. And we hope that it will be also very active in the dental school and dental education as well. Today, I will moderate two presentation. The first one will be from Dr. Hsuan Chen, Director of the Department of Aesthetic Dentistry and clinical researcher and lecturer at the CJE Training Center. Dr. Hsuan Chen will present us on his topic is how digital technology is transforming in the dental landscape. This should be the interesting part, and that how can we learn from Taiwan, because I understand that Taiwan very active in this area. May I welcome Dr. Hsuan Chen for his first presentation, please.
陈宪，准备好了吗？
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Shen. Before I begin, I'd like to thank NYCU for this opportunity to speak, and of course, thank my professor, Alan Hsu, for this invitation, and to share a little bit of insight on what I do in my clinical work. So the time is limited, so I'm not going to introduce myself too much, and here we go. So speaking of work, I work in Taipei, and in our clinic, we have a specialized department that focuses primarily on anterior aesthetics, and that is where my team works. And most of my lectures in the past have been around this topic. So topics of how to quantify the translucency of ceramics, how to optimize their geometry for maximum structural integrity. So really clinical stuff. So today I'm going to do something else. I'm going to simply tell you a story about digital dentistry and how technology is taking over basically every aspect of dental work, including the artistic aspects. So this story began in 1889, and this was 133 years ago. So to give you a little bit of context, This was the year when the Eiffel Tower was first finished construction, and it became the tallest building in the world at the time. So in that same year, an explorer by the name of Nellie Bly, she set off from New York in the first ever attempt to travel around the world in 80 days. And that was fast at the time. And she was using means of transportation that was available during that period. So these were horse carriages, these were trains and steamboats. Now you might notice that cars weren't in that list of transportation, and that is because four-wheeled automobiles were not invented yet. So in that same year, it was just invented in Germany. So it was an exciting year with many historical achievements. And not to be outdone, 1889 was also the year when dentistry was said to be completely changed. So there was a dentist in the United States named Charles Land, and he had received his innovative patent for his invention in 1889. And it was the first iteration of the dental crown. So you see, before that time, imagine you were living 200 years ago. If you had cavities or if you have holes in your teeth, the dentist would simply try to get it cleaned and then fill it, hopefully. But over time, it gets dirty and the hole gets bigger and it gets refilled until eventually you can't fill it anymore, right? And the tooth gets removed. And that was it. That was the end of that. There were no implants. There were very, very primitive dentures. But basically, your tooth gets removed and your pain is gone, but you have no function. Well, Land had a pretty simple but pretty clever idea, and he created this protective crown, this helmet for the tooth, made from metal and ceramic. So his aim was to extend the life of the tooth by shielding it from wear and tear. And of course, after more than 100 years of evolution, this invention is now developed into the full ceramic crown that we have today. But not only that, it's also evolved into other restorative options, such as veneers, vonlays, and overlays. So this man has basically given us dentists one of the best treatment modalities for our patients, right? And has helped arguably hundreds of millions of people to enjoy a better quality of life. You might think, and you might assume, that when this patent was first published, it should have been big news, right? People should be excited about this. But actually, not only was the response very muted, most of them were in fact quite negative, since most dentists were not able to accept this method of treatment. So how could it be possible that people be opposed to such a common sense treatment? So to answer this question, we need to take a look at the history, a brief history of dentistry around that time. And there seem to be three huge problems. So the first problem is the lack of necessary knowledge. The idea that caries and cavities were caused by bacteria wasn't actually popularized until the 1890s. So before that time, most dentists simply just cleaned, filled, and then sometimes even leaving exposed dentin as long as the tooth had function. And the process of caries development and why cavities form was such a mystery. Most people just thought that it had to do with chemicals in the food. So that was the first problem. People didn't have enough necessary knowledge. But the second issue was the patient's acceptance. So to make a crown, the tooth needs to be grinded in a special preparation process. The bad news is that dental local anesthesia wasn't actually invented until 1905. So you can imagine that most people doing this procedure would have been extremely uncomfortable and probably very painful. So most dentists at the time weren't ready to test this out on their own patients because of the pain. And the third major issue was a lack of tools. So tooth grinding also needs specialized tools like high-speed rotary. Unfortunately, the rotary capable of 3,000 RPMs, which don't even qualify as high speed nowadays, they won't be invented for another 25 years. So the speed of the rotary in 1889 was in the ballpark of maybe a few hundred RPMs, which meant that when you grind the whole tooth, it would take a really long time. And most people just weren't ready just disregarding the pain and the discomfort, but most people weren't ready to pay for the dentist's time because it takes such a long time. So for the 19th century dentist and the patients and the general population, the simplest solution is to fill or to remove. So, and this was true for the last few thousands of years of human history. So this invention of the dental crown, it seems like such an innovation, but it did not append the conventional dental techniques at the time. So of course, nowadays, everything is different, right? We've witnessed drastic improvements in ceramic firing techniques and hardware. In the hands of experienced ceramicists, the dental crown and other ceramic restorations have basically become the mainstay of modern dentistry. But it is interesting to note that over the last 100 years of development, the dental crown has basically remained unchanged. If you think about it, right? 20, 30, 40 years ago, the dental crown has basically looked exactly the same. And this is somewhat curious. So in 100 years, we've taken a 12-second flight from the Wright brothers to bring a camera to Pluto. We've gone from black and white photos that needs time to develop to now taking a 4K video that we can send to friends and family across the world in seconds. But 100 years ago, fabrication of a dental crown took 1 week of work in the lab. And for the majority of clinics around the world, nowadays, the dental crown still takes around the same time. So the modern world has evolved to be efficient and to be robust, but the conventional dentistry has lagged behind in a very big way. So now we're in a new age of digital dentistry. And one of the biggest change in dentistry made possible by technology is something called one-visit restoration. So a few critical steps in the dental crown process has been replaced to make this possible, to make everything as fast, as efficient as possible. So for instance, scanning, intraoral scanning has replaced dental impressions to save setting time and insurance transportation time. Using software to develop and to design your restorations has saved time doing wax up by hand, or pre-sintering ceramics into blocks that they can be milled and fired by a machine in the lab can save a lot of ceramic layering time. But just like Land's invention, this new one-visit process, when it first came out, was far from successful and people were not ready to accept it. So 6 years ago, when we started incorporating this procedure into our clinical workflow, most dentists in Taiwan had a very unfavorable view of one-visit restorations. Some even suggested that this was detrimental to the health of the patients due to the lack of so-called quality control. But if you're to go to any dental exhibition nowadays, right, digital dentistry has pretty much dominated every aspect of dentistry, including restorations. And here in Taiwan, we even had group deals for intraoral scanners that people participated in to buy intraoral scanners in bulk. But for most dentists who dared to dabble into this one-visit restoration, there's still one major obstacle, right? It's been made quite easily. It's been made to be done easily by a lot of newer machines. But the one major obstacle that still remains is the anterior aesthetics. For anterior aesthetics, these kind of treatments, they seek to maximize not just function and health, but also the subjective perception of beauty for the patients. And many dentists have developed this into an art form, traditional dentist, right? As a result of communication between dentist, the technician, and the patient, right? And they can make beautiful restorations using a traditional method. And these are artistic, but can art be made efficient, right? Can it be optimized to create reliable and repeatable results, right? We think of art being as creative, but can it be made efficient? And if beauty is subjective, then every crown or veneer is custom tailored, right? It's custom made to the individual. How do we make a systematic approach to optimize something that is custom made? So a lot of dentists have tried to do this clinically to try to tackle this anterior aesthetics problem using one-visit restoration. And most of them have found that the results are not satisfactory, right? And the biggest issue with that is that when you're talking about anterior aesthetics and people are expecting these aesthetic restorations to be made on the same day, if you fail that's a big problem, right? So the pressure of the one visit restoration now descends upon you. But to talk about uniqueness and artistic and custom made, but are we really all that different and unique? In our clinic, all dentists and staff are required to participate in the PDP personality test every few years. So with just a few questions, the test can very accurately describe the kind of personality that you have, right? And the category of different associations that you have. And it's kind of crazy, right? It's kind of hard to accept that you can be categorically grouped into stereotypes just by answering a few questions. But the fact is, we are not as special as we think we are. And it's the same idea for dental aesthetics. If you think about what we can change in a tooth to make it more or less beautiful, there's really not much variations that we can make. We have shade, we have color, we have shape, we have morphology, anatomy, and then we have position. So that's it. We have three things: shade, shape, and position. So the issue with anterior restoration in one visit procedures isn't that every patient is unique, right? That's not the case. It's the fact that even if we can conceptualize the needs of the patient, even if the patient tells us exactly what he or she wants, how do we go about making the right decisions along the way to make a successful restoration, right? The how is the problem. So luckily, digital technology is helping us in a very unexpected way. So that we can gain insights from so-called big data and from data analysis. So how can data analysis help us? So I can give an example. In 2017, there was a data analysis company in the US, and they found a really interesting but weird results from the data. So they had a lot of used car sales data, right? Data from different dealerships. And they knew that the quality of used cars has a huge variance. Some are really good and some are just complete trash. So they wanted to find, how do we predict which cars will be a good value car, right? So they ran a series of assessments using factors like car brands, like car types, even car sizes, car ages, and they want to find which are the major predictors of car quality, right? And in the end, they found a really unexpected result, and that is actually the color of the car. Specifically, the best predictor is the color orange. So orange cars were of the highest quality, right? And that's strange, right? Well, after some analysis, they concluded that it is because people who are willing to detail their cars into more unique colors like orange are more likely people who care about their cars and thus have better maintenance. And so these are the kinds of insights that data analysis can help us that are counterintuitive. So in interior aesthetics, we can use data analysis to give us important and relevant insights as well. But it's really hard to collect data in the traditional workflow because dental technicians do everything by hand and by experience. Once the dental crown has been delivered, it is basically impossible to track details like material composition or ceramic thickness or how much the dentist has prepared and what kind of design of the preparation it was, right? These are all just gone into time. But with digital workflow, because everything is designed designed and can be saved in the computer, it is extremely easy to save the data for future use. So we often run into this sort of problem for anterior veneers in my team. Whether you can use high, medium, or low translucency ceramics, right? When we're doing veneers. If we use high translucency, right, the color of the tooth may be showing too much, right? And the whole veneer becomes darker, but it will look more natural, right? Vice versa, if we choose something with a low translucency of a ceramic, it may mask out the color of the tooth underneath, so you don't see the yellowness, but it may not match the patient's natural teeth color, right? So these are the kind of decisions that we need to be making in real time because we're doing a one-visit restoration. So in the traditional workflow, if I'm having this problem, I might go and ask a senior dentist for advice, but it is very unlikely that they can offer concrete advice. No offense, but because even if they've done a very similar case before, it's really difficult for them to recall exactly their preparation design from so many years ago, right? Even if they say, oh, I've done exactly this kind of case, but they can't recall all the details. And then you have to go find the dental technician and ask about what the ratio of different ceramic powders you use to layer, right? It's impossible. So since we're dealing with digital workflows, we can do this quite easily. If I've done a similar case from before, maybe 3 days ago, 3 months ago, 3 years ago, we can recall that file, right? So this is a file that we've recalled from 6 years ago to see what kind of design we made then, right? So maybe we can observe the abutment color, we can observe the reduction, the amount, the masking of the abutment, the ceramic shade, the translucency, and we can see what kind of results we get from all this combination of parameters. So if this case was successful, then we can simply copy the parameters. But if this was a failure, then we can make adjustments. So every case that we do, in every clinical case that we do, can be shared to team members to help future dentists make important decisions and possibly replicates good results quickly and reliably. So art, beauty can be copied, right? So, but this isn't enough, because if we only look up cases after we run into problems, then it's not very efficient at all, especially if I'm doing 8 or 20 veneers in a single day. I can't be going back and then checking out which cases are similar. So we need more active methods, right, to use our data analysis for learning. So for instance, these are a few cases from this year, right? So these are my cases from this year, from the last few months. What if I group them by ceramic color, right? So I can take these cases and I can group them by the ceramic color that I use. I can also group them by the translucency of the ceramic, or by the abutment color, or even by skin color, right? So in this way, once we have enough data, we can visualize the results from our clinical decisions and often gain insights like the orange car example. So for instance, from our data, we realize that if you choose a ceramic that is not very translucent, but if we make it a certain thickness and if we precisely calculate the thickness, it will appear the same as another ceramic that is a different translucency, but a different thickness. And these are numbers that we can calculate. So it might not sound like much, but I make clinical decisions based on this fact almost every day. So the real power of one visit aesthetic dentistry isn't its efficiency or accuracy, but the fact that when we show photos like this, right, this isn't just an artistic expression, right? We're not just showing cases to show off. We are sharing knowledge, right? We're sharing a recipe. If my patient sees this, right, if I show her this and she says this is what she likes and she wants to have a very similar result, then simply I can go ask the dentist who did this case and tell me what is the ceramic shade you chose, what is the thickness that you designed, right? What is the translucency, what brand of ceramics you use, and we can reproduce the exact same results, right? So we used to think that art is a human domain, right? Machines can do everything better and faster, but art is specifically human. But it may be true when digital dentistry first came out, just like Lan's crown wasn't successful in the beginning, but soon, in my belief, the landscape of digital dentistry will change very drastically and very soon. And we will have to reevaluate what it means to be a dentist. And that is my presentation. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hsuan. It's very interesting that you are trying to working how to transform the art and to using the digitization to transform the art to be everything to be in design, because normally art is by your eye, by your perception. Yes. Only, but now you are moving a bit one more step to how to using the data, big data, to transform the art into the science and as well. That is very interesting, and then we will have a lot of application in the digital dentistry in the future. Thank you very much. We will keep it for a discussion later on.
Thank you.
May I move to the next speaker? Our next speaker, I'm delighted to introduce you. And she is my colleague at Thammasat University, Dr. Matana Kettrrated-Pruksapong. And she is very famous in gerontology, actually a program director in gerontology at the Faculty of Dentistry, Thammasat University. And also the lecturer in community dentistry and removable prosthetic as well. And she also have a I understand she will discuss with you how to apply the digitalization of dental identification in Thailand using Thammasat as a model. Is that correct, Dr. Matana?
Yes.
Please welcome Dr. Matana as her presentation. Next, please go ahead, Dr. Matana.
สวัสดีค่ะ. All right. So thank you, Dr. Prathip, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Professor Alan Hsu, for the invitation. My name is Matana, and I'll be talking about how the example of the digitalization in dental education, and we give Thammasat University as the example. Okay. So Thammasat University is located slightly north of Bangkok, and we are quite fortunate that our neighboring campuses include Asian Institute of Technology and the Thailand Science Park, where there's both governmental agency and also some private sectors research and development labs as well. And this is our newest landmark. It's a big auditorium with a rooftop organic farms. And on the right-hand side is the whole health science campus, including Thammasat University Hospital. Our school is 26 years of age, and we provide undergrad programs, several undergrad programs, both dentists and dental nurse. And also we provide 8 major of master degrees and also the PhD programs. So the objective of my talk today is to present our experiences in 6 areas of digitalization in dental education. And also later we'll discuss the enabling factors and challenges that we have had. So the first area is the web-based knowledge transfer and e-learning, including the learning management system or LMS. We've been very fortunate to have Thammasat University as our support. Every student, every faculty member and supporting staff get a free license, G Suite, Microsoft Office 365, like Adobe programs, and also all these accessories like mobile application to use the library, to use the public transportation, and also to use the healthcare services in the, at the hospital as well. We have been using Moodle for, I think, more than 10 years, but it wasn't really popular until the pandemics arrived. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated all this web-based online learning, but the Moodle was first intentional to be learning the LMS, the learning management system, but later, after we have the Microsoft account, we use the Microsoft team as the LMS more, and we have used Moodle as the online quiz and exams, and it has been working very well. The turnout, like from my experience for exams, like written exams with the paper-based, it takes a long time for the faculty members to mark and grade and turn it back to the course director. But with the Moodle, everything is like very efficient. Okay, so we have now using Microsoft Team to organize and manage all courses, both undergrad and postgrad. We have used it to store all the class material, to assign works, and also to check how many has been returned and feedbacks. For online meetings, many of us use the Microsoft Team online meeting itself, but also there's a Zoom application attached to Microsoft Office, Microsoft Team. So for those who like prefer Zoom, they can still use Zoom as well. And we have to thank Dr. Prathip. Actually, 4 years ago, he had launched the policy of the paperless school. It has been like quite challenging the first few months, but he has proved that he has been right all along. And actually, students were the ones who are like easier to adapt than comparing to the faculty members. And we can see that they all use the tablets. Most they use tablet and not the laptop and not the smartphone. And if there's some problem accessing the equipment, both the school level and the university level has also assistance in getting the equipment as well. Yeah. And now that's the didactic part. Now the second area, we move to the clinical training part. Two examples we were going to talk about today is the photogrammetry and the haptic virtual reality. Dr. Piyapong and Dr. Natira has led a research group in collaboration with the Faculty of Science, Khon-Kaen University, to use the photogrammetry to change the plastic tooth model into the dental grammetry web-based program that students can explore 360 degrees of the tooth model of all kinds of cavities. And they have received the national level award as well this year. And we have been using it with students in operative dentistry and also fixed prosthodontics. Now it's only the like a knowledge transfer, like they can simulate, they can do the model, but the next step is once they do the phantom head tooth model preparation, we can use the photogrammetry to do the surface mapping. And if you have read some literature, they compare conventional arbitrary eyes measurement of the teacher who assess the accuracy of the preparation in comparison with the photogrammetry surface mapping, then we can actually assess it more accurate and like less biased than the teacher's eyes. Yeah. So that second example is a haptic virtual reality. This research series has led by Dr. Siriwan Siblukan. She's an endodontist, so she started the research area in the skill acquisition in endodontics. But later, she's also expanded the work into other area of fixed prosthodontics. The beauty of haptic virtual reality is not only the visual simulator, but also you get the touch and the weight sensation of when you prep. And the result of the research is that even though the time the student took preparing the tooth using the haptic virtual reality with the conventional phantom head, the time is no difference. But the students show like less tissue reduction, like unnecessary tissue reduction in the preparation. And Dr. Suriwan received the Global Women Investor Award in 2019. Yeah. But this is the prototype. It's the research projects, but it has not yet been implemented in like the class, the whole class program. The third area is to use the 3D printed simulation model. Again, Dr. Piyapong and Dr. Natira work with Faculty of Engineering and Technology of Phantumvanit University. We used to buy expensive plastic tooth model from Japan, but now what we have been doing is to design the variety of caries lesion and the cavity shapes so that our students can practice with the phantom head, and it's been like less expensive than the imported model. The fourth area is the common digital dentistry workflow. We started by upgrading all the radiology into digital X-ray in all the clinics. And in grad studies, all of the master and PhD program, we have been teaching digital dentistry since 5 years ago. Although they have been, it's been a routine to use intraoral scanner and a face scan and SEP analysis, and also with the grad student of restorative dentistry, they now can provide 1 day indirect restoration as well. Together with the prosthodontics and implant, so it's a routine for them to use digital dentistry, but for grad studies only. Okay. Dr. Prathip has actually started this TU Multidisciplinary Digital Dentistry Center 4 years ago. And we have been compiling equipment from various companies from the industry. Recently, last year, we have another center called Digital Diagnostic and Planning of Oral Maxillofacial Surgery Center. This is led by Dr. Naresapon Chai Prakit, and they have been quite productive with their clinical work and also teaching the grad students. Okay. But for the undergrad, it has been extracurricular activities for the student for a long time, until recently in 2021 that we have revised the curriculum in Thailand. It's compulsory for us to revise the curriculum every 5 years. So students who enter dental school in from 2021 now, they have digital dentistry as one of their core competencies. And the fifth area is the software solution to manage all the information, both for like service and also for internal faculties business as well. The program is called MIS. It's an in-house developed for managing all the document. Now we try to be paperless as possible. And this is the example of the faculty members' electronic portfolio. So we're using it for checking student clinical steps, to do the queuing, waiting line, monitoring. We have been using it for equipment and materials monitoring, competency requirement of the students. So these are like internal management system. But because Dental School of Thammasat University is part of the Thammasat University Hospital, this is like very rare in Thailand. Most dental school is a separate entity. They have their own dental hospital. But at Thammasat, we work in the same premise as the university hospital. So it's our strength that we use the same electronic patient records called eFIS. This one is the off-the-shelf software that's been used in multiple big hospitals in Thailand. So our student undergrads, they can look up the medical history, the medical reconciliation list of the patient. So it's very convenient for us, especially when, you know, like with the aging and aged society, the people, our patients come with a lot of medical complex problems. Okay? And our patients also is hospital patients, so they have this mobile application for queuing, for registration, and for like even payment they can do it now. Yeah. Moving on to the next project. This is a project led by Dr. Nishamon Chayanan in collaboration with other 5 organizations. And they got funded by the big HSAI agency in Thailand to produce the record system for the public and private partnership oral health service. So they use the IC-DAS merge codes with the treatment needs recording system, so that the public and the private clinics can get reimbursement from the public organizations under the universal coverage health scheme. And last but not least, the mobile application of machine learning. We have example of oral diagnosis and dental public health. This one is done by a team led by Dr. Suthi Suksudet. The intention is to have teachers or school children or village health volunteers to use the mobile phone, smartphone, to take a picture of occlusal tables of the primary teeth, so that the program can identify the tooth number and also the caries lesion from occlusal surface, so that it would reduce the need for dental personnel to go into some area with the access problem. So it has been working well, but it's still a prototype. It hasn't been developed into the real use in public setting yet. This is another mobile application called As Simple, developed by a group of oral pathology and oral medicine faculty members. It's also a research project done by our 6-year student. So right now it just gives you algorithm of a guide for clinical decision making to come up with a differential diagnosis. But the plan for next step for them, they give them the testing data, and they are hoping that soon it can give the suggested diagnosis, like differential diagnosis as well, comparing with the photos that the clinician has taken in front of them. And this is my own project with my master degree student. It's a mobile Thai version of oral health assessment tool, adapted from, translated from Professor Jane Sharma to like screen the oral health problem by non-dental professional. In this case would be the village health volunteers. So it's a tutorial, and it's also the assessment tool that give the suggested score of the similar problems from our data bank. And it also identify whether the patient needs to be a dentist right away or it can be waited. And also it gives you the tangible scheduling, whether the patient has been seen by the dentist or not. And it gives you the notification or a prompt if the patient hasn't been seen by the dentist. So overall, we found that our enabling factor, as you can see from the introduction, that we have a lot of support from the university policy and infrastructure, and we have a lot of collaboration with both government organizations and private partners as well. And we've been lucky with the fundings from various agencies as digitalization has become, like quite like research agenda in general as well. But still, we've faced challenges. As you can see, that a lot of many projects that we have done has been stuck at the prototype, and it still needs like further development to be able to use in real life. And for the digital workflow in clinics, we have shortage of in-house digital technician because they get less paid compared to the private labs and industry, and then the clinic. Some clinic that provide one visit restoration, they hire their own digital technician as well. And also we're a shortage of support of just ICT staff in general who can help like revise or manage the day-to-day problem ICT wise. Okay. And the last one is the physical structure of the building that separate our dental discipline as well as invisible departmental walls that impede the sharing of high cost equipment. Like Dr. Prathip had the vision of having a digital center that everything can share, and like a common area for patients that can come according to their dental needs. But if we can see from the budget request from each discipline now, that we can see that the trend is everybody want to have equipment at their clinics in their physical surrounding. But in the future, we still get a lot more exciting policy coming up. Thammasat University will have the Metaverse campus. They already have a Metaverse campus, but it still involving the like commerce and marketing area more than the medical area. But also with the medical hub, we have the, many of you may know Pattaya, which is the seaside county, about an hour, 2 hours from east of Bangkok. Thammasat has Pattaya campus with Eastern Economic Corridor medical hub project, and it's going to be digitalized as well. So this is one of the exciting movement in the future that's very promising. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Matana, for your very comprehensive presentation. All the activities that you have been doing with your teams in at Thammasat Dental School. I just my last word to the group is that as you may know that the World Health Organization now accepted that oral health is a part of the a big agenda already, and one of the global action on the WHO oral health is that how to digitization or how to use the mobile app more often for that the affordable people can have access to the oral health care in the future, and as well as the national survey. As you know that in the past we have been doing survey for monitoring for a lot like that, but that take a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of money. But with this now, the project that Dr. Suchi trying at Thammasat, I think this is something that is interesting. How to use some just taking 3 photos. Now there are some in France they are taking 3 photos instead of 2 photos, and then with these 3 photos they can analyze the oral health status of the person at that time. I think this is something that not only in the dental education, that digital dentistry can be applied to the population-based or community dentistry as well. I think that the time is over from this session. I hand over this back to the organizer, Professor Allen. Thank you very much, Dr. Matana and Dr. Sen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Professor Prathip Phantumvanit, for moderate this session. And of course, thank you for the 2 speakers, Dr. Cheng-Chieh and Dr. Matana. Now let's move to the next session. And I would like to introduce you the moderator of the next session, Professor Je-Kang Du. Professor Du is the professor, School of Dentistry, College of Dental Medicine, Kaohsiung Medical University. And he is also the director of Department of Dentistry, Kaohsiung Medical University Hospital. And he is currently the chairman of Academy of Perioprosthodontics, Taiwan. Professor Du, please.
Thank you, dear doctors, everyone. Welcome so many friends. Today is the Association for Dental Education Asia Pacific. Today's meeting is very different. In addition to many senior members who have not seen for a long time return to their parents, there are also many online young doctors attending. Today, I have a lot of friends who I haven't seen for a long time. For me, they are all doctors who have a great influence on me, and they are all idols I admire. So my mood at the moment is very much like friends. It's going to host an interview with an idol I admire. There are many guests today, so today's program arrangement, so many experienced doctors come back and show their research on the spot. It is definitely exciting. Dear doctors and professors, allow me to introduce the AI-related research of Kaohsiung Medical University in dentistry and medicine. I will introduce convolution neural network-based evaluation of the periodontal bone loss and the stage periodontitis via periapical radiographs. As far as we know, no previously studies have quantitatively and automatically staged periodontitis using dental periapical radiographs. Therefore, the purpose of the current study was to diagnose periodontal bone loss and stage periodontitis on dental periapical radiographs according to the new criteria proposed in 2017. The diagnose elements are the numbers where the predicted diagnosis was the same as the periodontitis diagnosis, while the CNN-based algorithm misinterpreted the non-diagnosed elements. The higher the classification value and the darker the shade of blue, the more accurate was the diagnosis was. The overall periodontitis performance was calculated by 3 periodontitis decisions on the target tools with the majority voted among 3 periodontitis, which serve as the ground truth. The total diagnostic accuracy was 72.8%. Respectively, the available bone loss degree deviation between our proposed system and ground truth drawn by 3 periodontitis and periodontitis is 6.5%. This tool helps with diagnosis and can help preventing omission, and this may be especially helpful in experienced younger doctors and doctors in underdevelopment areas. It could also dramatically improve clinician workload and timely access to specialist care for people requiring periodontal treatment. Alternatively, artificial intelligence consulted following an examination by the clinician may act as a second opinion to improve diagnostic accuracy. In addition, we also using dental X-ray to develop artificial intelligence model to identify artificial dental implant system. We also did assisted temporomandibular disorder diagnosis via medical image. Besides the tooth position recognition system and the medical record system connection, we have combined the dental appointment system, teaching system, and the surgery scheduling system to develop a smart systemic solution to enhance efficiency. The above is our sharing. Welcome to discussion and correction. And next, the speaker introduction of this speech, Ph.D. candidate Fa-Tzu. The Fa-Tzu is graduate Kaohsiung Medical University, Department of Oral Hygiene, Master of Oral Hygiene, major in oral care and elderly and disability. And now she is studying in NYCU, Institute of Oral Biology, PhD program. And Fa-Tzu is now the director of Taiwan Dental Hygienist Legislation Association. His speech topic is localization effects on oral microbiota among long-term care patients. Welcome to Fa-Tzu.
Okay, thanks for Professor Du's kind introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Fa-Tzu, and thanks for Professor Ellen for inviting me to present today. It's a great honor to have this opportunity. And today I would like to talk about my research is about the locational effects on oral microbiota among long-term care patients. Hey. Oh, sorry. At the beginning of this presentation, I would like to start with the situation of the aging condition in Taiwan. And Taiwan had entered into elderly society in 2018, and then will enter into super age society in 2025. And at that time, there will be more than 4.7 million elderlies in Taiwan. And then among these elderlies, some of them are disability patients, means those who need long-term care and independence. And some of them need someone to help them with their daily life. And as the picture shown, we can see that the increased number of the disability populations in Taiwan in the future. And some of long-term care patients stay at nursing homes or institutions, but most of them stay at home. And as the picture shown, we can see that the oral hygiene of long-term care patients is really poor. And this kind of a situation might increase a lot of bacteria in their oral cavity. And then in the past time, single strand of the bacteria was often viewed as the sole pathogen of infectious disease. But nowadays, more and more research found that the dysbiosis of the microbiota will affect the general health and cause the disease. So the composition of the microbiota might relate it to our general health. So the dysbiosis of the microbiota might also cause some general disease like diabetes, obesity, and cancers. And some research also found that if the gut microbiota become dysbiosis, they will also cause some gastrointestinal disease like IBDS or IBS. And likewise, our oral microbiota is the second biggest microbiota in our human body. So if the oral microbiota becomes dysbiosis, they will also cause some oral disease, such as periodontal disease. So due to a lot of microbes exist in our oral cavity, we use the next generation sequencing to detect the bacteria species and the proportion of the species in our oral microbiota. And then the next generation sequencing is a kind of technique which can sequence thousands of millions DNA molecules simultaneously. And then the application of NGS already used in a lot of fields such as pathogen detection, like gastrointestinal infections, blood infections, and other infection diseases, and especially used a lot in gastrointestinal research. And then the procedure of NGS is first we collect the samples and then we do the DNA extraction. And then after the DNA amplification, we do the sequence and then also further do the data analysis. So using the NGS analysis, we can detect the oral microbiota of the long-term care patients. And based on this data, we can monitor the microbiota for diagnosis of infectious disease and also can improve the quality of clinical dental care and also the treatment methods for the patients. And then the data can also be the reference for the government to make the policy for our long-term care patients. And then also if we got abundance of the data, then we can also improve our disease prevention in the future. And also maybe we can also train the AI to help us to do the disease evaluation also in the future. So here the idea is, according to our knowledge, we know there is a lot of factors might influence the oral microbiota of the long-term care patients, but the affection of the different localized still remains unknown. So based on this concept of the whole research, what we want to do first is to clarify the difference between the composition of the oral microbiota of these home care patients and OPD patients. So in our research, we found we include some long-term care patients who are suffering from the moderate to profound physical and mental disabilities. And these patients are all from the special needs dentistry of National Yangming Jiaotong University Hospital, and some home care patients are from the Yilan County. And then we use the questionnaire to collect the basic information from the patients, and also the dentist helps to do the oral examination. And also we will collect the tongue plaque sample, and thanks to Dr. Tu Shifeng's help. And the reason why we choose the tongue plaque, because for the patients, it's more easy accessible and more convenient. And the most important thing is that it's less invasive. And also for the instructors, because it's easy, so there is no need for training in the dental clinical. And this kind of methods is more easy. So maybe it can apply it in the community base in the future. And then also compared with other sites like saliva or subgingiva, tongue plaque is highly harbored abundant disease-associated genera. And also from the research, found that the tongue plaque could be the strongest disease biomarkers. So the flowchart of this research is that we included 40 patients of long-term care and 20 are from the OPD patients and 20 from the home cares. And then before we collect the town plaque, we will give the questionnaire to their caregiver to fill out the questionnaire, and then also the dentist will do the oral examination. And then after we collect the town plaque, we will do the next generation sequencing and analyzed, and also further do the statistical analyzed. And then in next generation sequencing, we will detect the 16S rDNA in the bacteria. And then in this study, we target V3 to V4 region of the DNA. And then after we got a lot of raw data, we will use some software and write the code to do the quality control. And then in this study, we use the CLVAR database to do the species annotation. And after the species annotation, we will get a lot of species profiles and further doing the alpha diversity and beta diversity analysis. And then alpha diversity means the comparison of the sample in the inner group. And then the beta diversity means that comparison with the sample with other groups. And then other advanced analysis methods were also used in this study. So after we got a lot of raw data, we will use some softwares and use some code to do the quality control. And these are the images that what we already done. And then before we do the species annotation, we will cluster the sequence into the operational taxonomy unit. And the OTU means that if the sequence are 97% similar, and then they will cluster into one OTU. Okay, and then after we run the pipeline, and then we will get a lot of Excel files for the feature table of all the samples. So here comes the result. And at the first, the demographic characteristic and oral examination result from the two groups. The questionnaire here is what we use in this research. And then the result shows that the OPD patients and home care patients are all suffer from the moderate to profound disability levels. And most of them have one more kind than of the systematic disease. And then comparing with their oral conditions, we can see that the home care patients, the oral hygiene of this group of the patients is more worse than the OPD patients, such as they have more residual root and more calculus. And then in the alpha diversity analysis, the Venn diagram shows that the OTU numbers from the home care groups and OPD groups, the number of overlap and exclusive in both groups. And then the OTU heat map shows there are some cluster species will exist in home care groups, but not exist in OPD groups. And also there are some species will exist in OPD, but not exist in home care. So this indicates that the bacterial composition of these two groups quite different. And then further in JAW1 index, we can see that the result of the bacterial composition of the OPD is higher than the home care groups. And then this means that the bacterial species is more abundant in OPD groups. And then in Channel index, we can see that the species homogeneity of the OPD groups is higher than in the home care groups. And that means that in the oral microbiota in OPD is more balanced and more evenness. But in the home care groups, it might be some specific bacteria be dominant in this oral microbiota, in their oral microbiota, and that become the dysbiosis. So the taxonomy and analysis show distinct bacterial taxa between the two groups. Comparison with the relative abundance between these two groups, we can see that the bacteria species shows the different proportion in these two groups. And other results shows that also the different bacteria proportion in each group of each sample in these two groups. And then the species annotation, we can see the result shows that also there are some different proportion of the species showed in these two groups. And then also in each samples also shows the different proportion of the bacteria species. But the most interesting things in this result is that we can see that the bacteria species in OPD and the home care, the bacteria species in OPD is more concentrated than home care groups. So further, we compare the difference between the two groups. The beta diversity of PICO-A results shows that home care groups and the OPD groups, these two groups separated significantly different. And then the points on this figure, every point means one sample, and the distance between them means their similarity. So if the sample is near and close, that means their bacterial composition is similar. But if they are far, far away, that means their bacterial composition is dissimilar. Okay, so further, the NMDS analysis also showed again that these two groups is significantly different. Okay, and the analysis of similarities is also shows that these two groups are significantly different, and the R value shows that between groups difference was significantly greater than the within group difference. So at last, to identify the dominant bacterial species in these two groups, the linear discriminant analysis effect size was used to identify the distinct bacteria biomarkers in these two groups. So in this picture, we can see there is a lot of spots on it. So from the inside to outside is the kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. And then the different color means the different group. So the green color means the species biomarker in the OPD group. And then the red color means the species biomarker in the home care group. So the important species in these two groups are Prevotella, Actinomyces, Leptotrichia, Vedanona, and Granulocatla in OPD groups. And then the most important bacteria is Pseudomonas in home care groups. So based on this result, we found that the dominant bacteria species of these two groups is significantly different. And then also we can know the biomarkers of the bacteria species can serve as the biomarker to monitor and improve the health quality in these two groups. And the other important thing is that we found the dominance of Pseudomonas species of the home care groups present a major causative factors of pneumonia. And other thing also found in our study is that we found that even the patients recovering from the pneumonia, the Pseudomonas, this kind of species, will still exist in their oral cavity and not be eliminated. So also the linear discriminant analysis score also showed that the green bar means these species are enriched and abundant in OPD groups, but that's in home care groups. And the red bar shows that this species is abundant and enriched in home care groups, but that's in OPD groups. Okay, so in the conclusion of this study, we used the NGS to detect the oral microbiota between the OPD patients and home care patients. So the result shows they are significantly different. And based on this bacterial species biomarker, which we found in this study, could be used as indicator for early prevention and risk management in disease progression for the long-term care patients in the future. So this part of the research was already published in Journal of the Oral Microbiology. And then finally, in the end of this presentation, I would like to appreciate my honorable instructors, especially Professor Ming-Lun, Feng-Tzu, and Yin Hung Lin for professional guidance in this study. And also thanks to other professors kindly help. And thanks for your attention.
杜教授，你的麦克风没有打开。
Thanks the Fa-Tzu's presentation is Fa-Tzu's speech is full of useful vitality. It's very, very important conclusion to long-term care patients. And let's the session, the speaker introduction of this speech, Dr. Yin Hung Lin. Dr. Yin Hung Lin is the Ph.D. degree and the postdoctoral work in NTU Nation Taiwan University. He is graduate Institute of Medical Genomics and Proteomics. His topic is how to cure, unifying bioinformatics and the modern information technologies to empower precision medicine industry to innovate at scale and speed. Let's welcome the Dr. Lin's sharing. Welcome, Dr. Lin.
Hello, everyone. Could you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes. Just wait a minute. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. Sorry for that my computer resists me to share the screen because the privacy. So I need to change some privacy setting. Could you see my slide now?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, thank you for the introduction. And I'm Yin Hung Lin from AT Genomics. And today I will show you about some idea about what coating technology can help to cure the patient. And this is my title. And I have highlighted some keywords from my title, including bioinformatics, information technology, precision medicine, scale, and speed. And that's the concept I will go through in this talk one by one. First, I'll talk about the price precision medicine. I think most of people heard about this term from him. Obama talked about the precision medicine in 2015, and he gives a very simple explanation of what is precision medicine. That is, we can match a blood transfusion to a blood type. That's a common sense. I think everyone know about it. But what if we can match a cancer cure to our genetic code? So this is a very simple example of what is precision medicine. Now, for example, if a patient get a cancer, before maybe we use the same treatment for same type of the cancer. But now, because everyone have different genetic profile, so according to the genetic profile, we have different choice of option of the therapy. So that's the idea of the precision medicine. So like kind of testing, we call it companion diagnosis device. Today, FDA have more than 50 companion diagnosis device. For example, you can see the BRCA analysis CDX. This test two genes, BRCA1 and BRCA2. If a patient have breast cancer or ovarian cancer, we can eliminate his BRCA1 and BRCA2 to see if there are mutations or we call pathogenic variant on these two genes. That means the sequence of these two genes is disrupted. And if the patient have that kind of variant, there are some drug is benefit for this patient. So this is one example of the companion diagnosis device or test. And those tests I just mentioned use the traditional PCR and sequence sequence to perform those kind of tests. And now when the technology involved, we have the next generation sequence. When FDA talk about precision medicine, he said that there are different treatments for different individuals according to the person's genetic makeup or genetic profiles. And he talked about next generation sequence. That is the next generation sequencing capability of rapidly identify or sequence the large section of patient's genome and can do it in a clinical application for precision medicine. So I'll give you another example. This testing can do a simple test and analysis more than 300 genes once. So you don't need to do each gene one by one. You can do a lot of genes, hundreds of genes in a single test. And for example, this test FDA have approved. If you perform this test, there are more than 20 drug therapy you can choose to use if you got the positive result of some of the genes. For example, this table is not just one kind of cancer. For the lung cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, there are different biomarkers and different mutations and different drug you can use for the patient according to the genetic profile. So this is the some example about what precision medicine do and what kind of benefit for the patient. And there are many different methods we can use for the genetics testing. For example, the PCR or the NGS, the more modern technology. But this kind of test was also have the regulation. We will call it the laboratory developed test. This kind of test we call LDTS. It can only be performed in a single laboratory or in the specific laboratory that have the certificate by the FDA. That means if you know the method or you can develop by yourself how to testing the target gene, but you need to be approved by the regulation affair to use this kind of testing in the clinical practice. And what does this do with bioinformatics bioinformatics and informatic technology. So that's the next topic we want to talk about. For the first test I took, they just detect 2 genes and use the PCR and second sequence. So we can see from his paper, like from his document, show to FDA. Because if you want to get the certified, you need to let public what kind of method you use, and every step you need to be validated. So there are one paragraph to show how do they analyze the data. They use only 2 software and get the variant on the 2 genes, and hire a lot of professional experts use the human eyes to find if there are mutations on the sequence. So for this test, one test can analyze more than 300 genes. It's impossible to use the human eyes to do this. So we can find the summary of the FDA validation data. They have 2 pages to describe how they analyze the data. And there are more than 10 software involved to analyze all of the data to perform this kind of test. So that's why bioinformatics and information technology involved in the precision medicine. And those kind of workflow may like this. There are different kind of steps, and one step will connect to another step. And it's the sample this one. Sometimes it can be more complicated or like this. So you got a bunch of data from different steps, and you must need to know what's the input and output of every step. And the data integrity is also important. You need to confirm at this step, does the data missing or there are something error happen? So how can you perform this kind of analysis? There are some different ways. The most simplest way is use some web-based analysis platform. For example, this web-based solution, they have a lot of tools on the website. So you can choose what kind of tools you want to use, and you can also choose the parameter. And you don't need to know anything about the coding. But this is just suitable for like a pilot study to get a budget for a project. Because if you want to do 10 samples, it's okay for you to click all the buttons and repeat to doing it 10 times. But what if you need to do 100 samples, or what if this kind of service become a routine clinical service? It's impossible to use this kind of tool to deal with those data. And there are some sequencer company, they will provide some we call applications. You can choose what kind of application you want to perform, and they have default setting. You can get your result. But when you want to develop your own analysis pipeline, or you have very specific disease that is not well established by others company, so you need to develop for your own workflow. And that's why we need the coding technology to help to automate the workflow and let you to do all of this work by computing power. And in the previous talk, we have seen a different script from the different talk. So but this is not still have some problem when we need to do in a clinical practice. And I'll describe it in 3 ways. First is scalable and speed and convenience. What do we need to take care about the scale? For this testing I just mentioned, this company is founded at 2010, so it's 10 years company. In the 10 years, they have more than 100 patients samples. So it is impossible to use those kind of script or to use the web-based solution, use the human power to choose what kind of application you want to use. So you need to scale up. How to? So it's the issue for the hospital or the institute to know how to scale up the testing. And for the scalability, another issue is the speed. This is another test. This test can test more than 50 genes and in one test. And this is also FDA approved testing. And his turnaround time is 7 days. So you need to finish all this analysis, including the laboratory work and analysis work in 1 week. And in addition, for the LDT regulation, there are some points FDA will review for your testing. For example, the laboratory quality systems, and also you need public all the steps and the performance of the test. And also in Taiwan, last year we have the Taiwan FDA published the guidelines for the LDTs. So the TFDA will also inspect the laboratory instrument, equipment, personnel, and quality management. So the challenge for this kind of clinical LDT service product is not just for the wet lab. In the dry lab, you need to face some challenge, including the data set integrity, how to automation it, and scale up. And you may also want to reduce your cost and want to get the certified of the regulation affair. So how can you do all of this? I give you and to stay profitable and ahead of competition. So there are 3 ways you can do. One is standardization. The second is automation, and the third is scalability. And what do you need to do the standardization? For example, when I've been invited to give this talk, they asked me to speak in English. So even if my not so good English, I can use English to communicate with you and let you and deliver the message to you. So that's why we need standardization our coding. For example, the WIDO is the workflow description language. So many people will think I want to use my own language to perform my analysis. I have different coding language or I have different kind of style. But if you want to scale up, the standardization is the first thing you need to do. Just like we need to communicate in English for audience from different countries. And also we need to have the standardization, we call it API, but you can see it's like the way we communicate. For example, in this symposium, we use the rule that everyone can get in the talk, to listen the talk. So we need to have the standardized communication way to share the data and also to perform all the genetic or medical testing. So standardization is the first way you to scale up your testing and stay competitive. And next is automation. When you analyze the data, if you want to reduce your turnaround time, you are not only to automate all your steps. You don't need human power to do any step one by one. And you also can prioritize all your analysis. So that will increase the analysis speed. But that is not enough because this is for the clinical practice. So you need to have some certification to know every step is validation and the result is accuracy. So those kind of certification is must to be get when you want to perform this kind of testing. And the next is scalability. The future is healthcare is in the cloud. I think everyone will already know this concept. For example, we use the Microsoft Azure to perform all of this data because genetic data is very big and you need a lot of combinational power. So it's impossible for institute to maintain that kind of machine to perform hundreds or thousands of data. But how do you realize this? I show you all the technology you need to know or you need to build when you want to do the standardization, automation, and scale up your analysis. For example, this is for the parallelized computing, and this is for the data storage. How do you store data? How do you transfer the data? And how do you check the data quality? And this is for the computing power. And this is for standardization and for the advanced analysis. So don't do all of this by yourself. It's very hard and very boring, and it takes a lot of technical skill. So what do we do in the epigenomics? That we have a cloud-native biometric informatics platform. So we have done all of this for you, including the dataset integrity, the bioinformatics workflow, and the compliance, and also scale up your NGS clinical diagnosis. I'll give you an example of our customer. This is our customer at ACT Genomics. It's the cancer genomic testing company in Asia. And one of his testing called ACT HRD. This testing is for patients of breast cancer or ovary cancer. If they have some gene mutation in the 24 genes, there are some specific drugs that can be used and will be benefit for those patients. And this test, the turnaround time of this testing is 10 working days. So how to speed it up? Using our platform, we can reduce the data process time from 3 days to 6 hours using the speed technology. And also the cost is reduced 30%. And because they deploy all this analysis in the cloud, so before they use more than $100,000 to build all the machine. Now you don't need to build your own machine. You don't need to maintain the machine. You just need the cloud technology can help you to reduce all of these costs and make you to focus on the research and focus on the patient. And this is the precision medicine in 2030. So there will be more data, not just for the genomics. There are environment data, phenotype data, and electric health record. And there will be more cohort. That means you will collect more data from the patient, and the big data and AI application will need a lot of computing power. And the privacy is very important, and cybersecurity is the issue for the future precision medicine. And the routine clinical genomics, that means all of the patient will get the genomic test is not in the, it will be in the near future. So this is the information I want to share with you today. And you can contact me if you have more questions or if you want to discuss more detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Lin's presentation. The platform delivers a fully managed by informatics workflow production at scale. It implements the industry standards, open WDL specifications, and the cloud computing technologies, allowing clinical laboratories to manage dataset integration, workflow, scalability, and regulatory compliance, and to ensure code data and execution integrity is very, very important. And I would also like to thank everyone who listened in the audience, and thanks to Dr. Lin's sharing. I will return the meeting to organizer Professor Allen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Du, for your host, moderate this session. And also thanks to the two speakers, Dr. Fa-Tzu and Dr. Lin, for your excellent speeches. And now we are moving to the final session of today's symposium. Now we are moved to the panel discussion, and we welcome any comments or questions from today's symposium, both in the morning and the afternoon session. So if anyone or anyone from the audience would like to express any comments or questions.
Professor Allen,
yes,
this is Sam here. One thing we have not discussed today actually is the omics. We have discussed about analyzing genes and gene technology. Can the last speaker discuss a little, tell about the omics, like metabolomics and all that, how they can fit into the whole equation here, and how the omics data is integrated into the genetics data and so on. Can Dr. Lin say a little bit about that? Through the chairman.
Okay. Thank you for this question. I give you some example about the genomic data, because now genomic data is the first step of the precision medicine. But indeed, just as you say, the multi-omics data is collecting in many countries now. So not just for the genomics data, like the proteomics or transcriptomics or even the image data can be combined to do the analysis. And as I mentioned, we recommend you use the standardization language to analyze the genomic data. So this kind of language we call WIDO can also analysis for the proteomics and even the image data from the CT or MRI. So genomic data is just one example, easier for the audience to know how to realize the precision medicine. But all kinds of the data, for the computer science, all kinds of the data collected from the patient is the data stream. So it's more easier to use the standardization workflow to deal with all kinds of data.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Lin. Because I was thinking, because I'm a microbiologist, and so the microbiomics data, look at the gut genome or the oral genome, or rather oral biome and the gut biome, and that data, because it's now well known that the gut biome is possibly highly related to various types of cancers. So it will be very interesting to see what the future will bring us, because we have the genomic data and the biome data coming up as well. So the integration of all these data sets into a big data set and final analysis will possibly give us more precision diagnostics, I believe. I mean, that's my thinking. And yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree with Sam's opinion. I think with the big data, we can proceed everything in maybe much faster than before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions or comments? 有没有人写什么东西？啊 ？Okay. For the line. Okay, this is a question for Dr. Tsai about oral microbiota. Pseudomonas was found more in home care patients. Any history of pneumonia in those patients?
Yeah.
Fa-Tzu.
Okay. Okay, thanks for your question. And then because the patients from home cares and even from the OPD patients, and some of them have the history of pneumonia. And then when we're going to check their disease history, and we found that the most of home care patients, most of them have the pneumonia history. Yeah, and then continuously to when they recover, for example, like 2 years, he got the pneumonia and then recovered from the disease, and then maybe after a few months ago, and then she got the pneumonia again. Yeah, so this kind of situation will be continuous and happened in the same patients.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
还有吗？还有吗？你还有没有？不然传给我。啊？传给我好吧？传了吗？ Okay, there's another question. 拍了没有 ？Okay. This is a question to Dr. Lin. Would there be any privacy concern about the genomic data transfer via cloud service? Shall there be any declaration on both clinical side or laboratory side before taking this great advantage? Dr. Lin.
Okay, thank you for this question. So that's why we talk about we need to have the certification for the ISO, and also FDA and Taiwan FDA have announced the policy of LDT testing. All of these ISO regulation and the LDT regulation have the section talk about the cybersecurity and data integrity. So if you need to perform those kind of genetic or even multi-omics testing in the cloud, you need to pass or get all of this certification. Like in Taiwan, in 3 years, all of the genetics testing need to get the proof by TFDA. If you didn't get approved by TFDA, you cannot perform genetic testing even in the hospital or medical centers. So the security and the cybersecurity is one of the big issue for you need to get a certification.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin, for response to this question. And any questions more? Okay. Okay, I think the time is already 3:30. And before the session closing, I would like to make a conclusion. And I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all the distinguished guests, moderators, and the invited speakers to show those updated knowledge, information, and the skill of application of digital transformation in clinic and the research, and also as well as education. And I would also like to thank my research teams for their great effort to make this symposium come true. And finally, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for your kind attention and participation. And last but not least, I think I have to emphasize that we cannot face the challenge of tomorrow by yesterday's way of thinking. Application of digital transformation in healthcare in terms of M-Health becomes the way of must to overcome the challenge in the future. And again, I think by increasing the international collaboration, together we can go further. Thank you. Thank you very much. And before we closing the session, can we open the camera? Please open the camera, and then we can take a photo together. And you can take the mask out just for a while, so we can take the picture together. 可以吗？有没有人照相？照了吗？ Please wait a moment. 还有吗？ Okay, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye bye. Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Professor Lin.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Tong Min Song. Okay. Thank you.